Do you know how the VCS came to be? It was a normal league once, corrupted by misplays and tower dives. I mean, seriously, so many fiestas. But in the end, perfected. My player's desk. Who do you serve? Your way. Watch the VODs, figure out how to beat GUM. You do not need sleep, you do not need pay, you will watch misplays. The major regions are something of value to me. Bring me the MSI trophy. G2 is free. Kill the PCS. Who do you serve?
Your way.
And with that, welcome everybody to the first series of the VCS Spring Players 2021. We just saw my assembly of the Ultimate Analyst desk for this weekend, and while I finally got close to my alias, that's a shout out for everyone who knows what Your Way actually comes from, there was just a little bit too much might to put them on one desk. So for series number 1, I'm glad to be joined by Clockwork.
Hey.
And of course, Rebel Fox.
Hi, everybody. It's great to see you.
So there are rumblings about other agent leagues playing right now, but you have done well to come to find what your heart really desires. No 30 minutes without kills and 15k gold differences at 20 minutes. Here in the VCS, we condone high-octane back-and-forth League of Legends only. So without further ado, let's jump right into our players bracket. Rebel, please walk us through the path to glory that lies ahead.
Yes, back in summer of 2020, we had, 6 playoff teams that got to join out of the 8 teams in the league. No longer will we have to abstain that kind of nonsensory here. Instead, it was only our top 4 teams, my apologies, that would qualify. Nothing crazy or confusing. GAM, our first seed, had the option to pick either the 3rd or the 4th seed, and they, of course, would pick Team Secret, our 4th seed, leaving that as our top side bracket. And the bottom side would be our 2nd and 3rd seeds, that is Saigon, Buffalo, and Cerberus, to play against each other. On the opposite side, winners will play for first place and, of course, that MSI spot to represent VCS as a Tier 2 tournament, same as the LCS where I'm coming from. A little depressing, but VCS, fantastic stuff. The other 2 teams that end up losing these first-round matchups will end up for that 3rd, 4th place.
And we are, of course, starting these players off with an absolute treat today. 2nd place, Saigon Buffalo, will face off against 3rd seed Cerberus. Could you refresh our memory about Cerberus and their successful split, Clockwork?
Okay, so the first thing that I want to put out is that Cerberus did not start the split as they planned, because their original scheme was to have Post, the first import in the VCS, in the top lane, and Ego, 2020's most brilliant rookie, in the jungle. But for logistic problems and COVID issues, they ended up sticking with Shu Hao as jungler and Pun in the top lane. So you would think that Cerberus should have had a rough split due to these substitutions. Instead, they came out swinging and they had a massive split even in the second half, when usually Cerberus struggles late in the split. So everything rotates around the 2 stable players. The only one that don't rotate are Yado in the mid lane and Artemis in the AD carry position, and they have a alternating support player in Ron OP and Huba. All of these players are very experienced players. We call this a veteran team because it's full of sophomore players and players that have played for as long as 3 years in the VCS at this point. So their experience is manifested in their team fight, in their late game experience with Panon tanks. And this is a team that definitely has all the cards and all the know-how to reach the final and maybe challenge for the title even.
And on the other side today is a very exciting newcomer squad reaching for long-forgotten glory. Saigon Buffalo has finally reached the playoffs again after a hiatus of almost 2 years. And I have the perfect person here to tell us all about the Buffaloes and why you should too invest into Froggy and the Rebel Franks.
Yes, unfortunately, the plot lines have already been written, Mr. Clockwork, as Froggy will take over MSI and bring the trophy to VCS. It has been written. We didn't get to post the second half of the video, but unfortunately, that will be coming for finals. However, fantastic split from Saigon. They had to come in through play-ins, which was a little crazy. They ended up getting second to GLX in that tournament, so not very high expectations, as Saigon started off with a couple of rookies that definitely had some growing to do. But they started off very quickly. They were able to actually beat Cerberus in only their first week of play in a 2-1. And from that point, they just continued having very solid performances off the back of their rookies. Taki has had an amazing split. Beanjay has had an amazing split. We'll talk about them later. Ariety's been very serviceable. And they're two veterans, both Hosmed, who's had very good splits in the past, and most importantly, my man Froggy in the mid lane has stepped up wildly from where he was in the previous split and has now become a linchpin for the team, where they play through Froggy really heavily. Beanjay and Froggy will connect as often as possible to attack side lanes, whatever their game plan kind of orients it. Usually having preference for playing towards Taki because he is that playmaking support that we love to see and getting their carries ahead for the later stages of the game. And it's worked for them very effectively over the course of the split.
And of course, our awards are coming up shortly. I think we are going to announce those in the next week. And one category is dominated by the Buffaloes. That is Rookie of the Split. Beanjay, Taki, and Ariety are all in contention, and especially the first two will have very good chances of actually winning this award. Today's a different beast, though, as this is their first ever playoff series. And why have we been so impressed by these two rookies? Let's start with the jungler, Beanjay.
I think most important thing about Beanjay, his stats are exceptional. Do not get me wrong. The kills, I think, are second right now in terms of where he has as opposed to other junglers. Assists are up there as well. KDA is going to be really high when those two stats are high. CS isn't perfect, but that's because he's very active around the map for the most part. Very high kill participation as well. But the biggest thing about Beanjay, I think, is more so the look of him when you actually watch him inside of games. Because you think of the junglers that actually come from the VCS. You look at like Levi, and you think of Zuhao, and you think of Ego, and you think of even like Drakthar's had some good games. Sorn used to be a jungler that existed. Meliodas even is on one of the worst teams in the league, and he still has really good performances. The depth that we have at the position would normally entail that, like, rookie junglers might not have the greatest start, but here we are mentioning Beanjay among the names of some of the top junglers here. The fact that you can make a name for yourself like that in your first competitive split as Beanjay speaks volumes, I think, far more than any stat sheet actually could. You go through, you watch the games that Beanjay has had comparative to people like Levi, you'll understand in an instant why this guy's in consideration.
And that is true also for his partner in crime, which is support Taki, which also had some monster stats through the split. He's also a rookie being picked up from the academy that Buffalo had. And Taki, if this man isn't on your top MVP candidates for the split, you better keep an eye on him today. And even then, that might not be enough. Because, as Everyday said multiple times, he's a literal quantum support. He is everywhere. Basically, you would think that Cerberus with 3 head would cover all 3 lanes, but if there was a 4th lane, Taki would already be there, ready to gank you. So how does he do it? Basically, he takes advantage of Ariety playing a bit of safer weak side, so he takes his time to leave lane and hold hands with the Beanjay to go around, set up invades, mostly to put enemy jungler in a difficult spot, and also pour gank attention in the mid lane to enable Froggy, or also to roam in the top lane, even for Hazmed. And as you can see from the stats of his champion, he really prefers Galio, which is one of the most important support with a global ultimate that allows him to be there in a snap of the fingers. And then we have Thresh and Rel that are his most successful champion, both without losses. And that is just incredible for a rookie that just hit the Rift this split.
Certainly. But less flashy, but still very impressive for his rookie split is Ariety, the AD carry, of course, for Saigon Buffalo. But today, he will face one of the biggest challenges in this league, as his opponent is far and away considered the best AD carry of the whole league.
Yeah, Artemis is one of the greatest AD carriers you mentioned. As I came in this split, I thought that he was already outstanding. And then I realized that in summer 2020, he wasn't exactly that. But it turned out in this split, he came into his own. Also, according to his team playstyle, we have basically a narrative of Artemide, the goddess of the hunt. And so is his title, Artemis the Hunter, against Ariety the Borrower, according to both teams' playstyle. And basically, the whole Cerberus team plays for Artemis. They give him all the resources that he needs, and then he puts them to full use and always manages to be there to put out the damage and to be the carry that the team needs. This is the player to watch if you're looking at Cerberus.
Yeah, when you're comparing ADCs in this one, I think this is perhaps the biggest difference that Cerberus has in this game. You look at the stats of Ariety, and like he's got good KDA, but for the most part, gold's not there. Damage isn't there, obviously, because you don't have the gold for the most part. Damage per minute is not going to be there alongside other ADCs. He's like a carry when he needs to be, when you get into the later stages. But apart from that, this is not a team that's going to put a bunch of focus into Ariety unless he's picking up those kills in the early game. It typically goes to BJ, Froggy, Hazmed, and they rely on them a lot more for the earlier stages.
And if you looked at the kill participation difference, we have Ariety at 63.8, but Artemis at even close to 78. So it shows really that the team hinges on Artemis. Every kill is around Artemis. He has to be there for the team to work.
Yeah, and in summer 2020, just last split, Artemis was our mid-split MVP. We were almost unanimous, and we all agreed he had an amazing first half of the summer split 2020. But then he and his team fell off towards playoffs. Why will this split be remembered as something different?
Because I think Cerberus has finally lived up to the name that they needed to in the previous split. Going undefeated in the first half, only to nearly lose out on playoffs, is a little bit disorienting for a Cerberus squad that looked so impressive. And I'm not putting all of that onto Artemis because the whole team kind of fell off towards the end of the split. But this split, even though they are the third seed coming out, they were very clearly right at that level with Saigon and extremely competitive with GAM as well. If they're able to make a semifinals appearance, even challenge for some of those games, or even make this series look impressive enough, I think Artemis finally gets to shake off the title of not being the best because of Slater or any other ADC, and finally can be considered to be maybe, if not just outright, the best ADC that we have in the VCS.
Well, but now move on from the primary carry, because behind every primary carry is a supportive character that enables them, and today we are presented with two outstanding mid laners that fit this role rather nicely. Rebel, walk us through this matchup. Will the Ribbit be uninhibited today?
I love this matchup because it is just a bit of a clash of styles between the two. Where on the side of Cerberus, you have very control mage style, where you've got Victor, you've got Orianna, but Froggy is not that type of mid laner. The best part about Froggy is he's picked up his CSing, which has been fantastic, but they've stopped worrying about him being this carry type potential or trying to make him into this kind of normal mid laner where you have these control mages or you have this scaling damage and then you play for team fights. Instead, they've broken him into this different smart role of having like Seraphine out of the mid lane, which he's exceptional at, Galio to roam around the map with, Twisted Fate in some circumstances, and yes, you still have some control mages like Orianna thrown in there, but Froggy is a player who plays a lot more to the map. Kill participation is going to show that, KDA is going to show that as he's very active around, and the damage percentage isn't really there because he's not the one that's putting in all that work. A lot of that comes from the remainder of his team because he pairs up so often attacking these side lanes. So right now what you've got is very mobile mid laner in Froggy coming up against a clash of style in this kind of centralized control tower in the mid lane that is Yado.
And I want to quickly add about Yado and damage percentage that you mentioned for Froggy, that despite what I said about Artemis, that every resources goes into him, look at Yado's stats. He gets way less gold and still manages to put out a stellar amount of damage. Almost 1/3 of the Cerberus damage comes from Yado, which is not a very resource-heavy mid laner. So this is definitely something that just tells you how important Yado is for this team in the team fights.
But before we continue our venture across the rift, and also just because we want to have something to talk about in between games as well, let's zoom out a little bit and look at the two teams as units. Rookies versus veterans means mechanical superiority meets better macro and understanding of the game. Is that the picture we can expect to be painted in front of us today?
I think expectation for early stages, right? They come to Saigon's preparedness for the map and everything of the sort, and Cerberus maybe flips to the other side. I know we have the possibility to look at some of the early game here that's going to be seen from Saigon Buffalo and an invade that they showed, but this is pretty standard stuff when you think about what Saigon's been doing. They understand how to attack with their composition in the first 10, 15 minutes or something along those lines, and then they execute on that in order to grab a lead and then play out the rest of the map as best you can. So you're going to get a chance to see this phenomenal invade attempt, as this is kind of very indicative of what we talked about for the mid lane as well, where you have Seraphine here for Froggy pushing in mid, supporting BJ as you walk into this jungle. And then, of course, Slater and TBL also get shoved in as well. So that allows Taki and Aridy to support this. So already you've got 4-3 if this fight were to begin. BJ's also on Olaf for some early game presence, gets the red buff. So this is just sloppy all around from TS, because Froggy is able to support this fight far better than Artifact is. His Artifact has to go way too far. Slater never even accesses this fight. So you've effectively just got a 4v2 between everybody. This is exactly standard for Saigon Buffalo. Take mid, break them out. Walk into bottom side or top side, make a play happen there, and then just continue that. Rinse and repeat over and over in the early game till you've got enough of a lead to just win the remainder of the map.
You know, the other side, Cerberus at Clockwork, tell us a little bit about their play style and the very, very much different outlook on the game they have as a team.
Indeed. So if I had to choose a single clip, I would very much struggle because there are so many instances of how brilliant Cerberus teamfight is. But everything starts from the draft, where Cerberus put Pan on Son Comfort more often than not to isolate him, and then Shu Hao basically drives his whole early game around the bot lane. We showed earlier a bit of stats. Let me mention one very important one. The team as a whole is 300 gold behind at 15 minutes. But if you look at Artemis only, he's had 500 gold. So it basically means that Cerberus collectively sacrifice their early game to funnel everything on Artemis. Yado doesn't roam often, but when he does it in the bot lane. And after that, the mid game goes on quite peacefully for Cerberus. They don't try to force objectives, they don't try to force dives, and so on. And everything turns up as soon as Cerberus hit their 3-item spike, their 3-headed menace of Yado and Ronopi and Artemis get unleashed, and then is where the team fight starts and where Cerberus excel.
And of course, in true top team fashion, these two teams have split the series, this split so far in 1-1, but the last encounter was actually a 2-0 for Cerberus. And especially in game 2, we saw some very special picks from SGB. What happened?
So my opinion on that matchup is that Saigon Buffalo was going to experiment a bit. They tried very different strategies from what their usual approach to the game is, and they went for a poke comp centering on Vel'Koz, for example. Cerberus was very smart to punish them, and they played some also crazy picks like the Callisto for Artemis and the Blitzcrank for Run OP, and they managed to hold despite the large disadvantage that they had, and found great team fights to hit a 10k gold comeback. So that was a massive statement for Cerberus, and it can very well define how this series is going to be.
So I can see we're already jumping into draft. So to make it quick, let's quickly bring up the predictions. Rebel, you get to talk as the last one before we head into draft. Let's quickly look at our predictions here. I think we have a split desk today.
Yeah. 3-2s from me and from Clockwork. I think that's because if CES win, it's going to be in 5 games. I think actually if Saigon wins, it's probably going to be in fewer. But I see this going a pretty decent distance as the competition's definitely there. These two teams, they're throwing punches all day.
Yeah, we are rightfully hyped for this one, but now it's time to head into Game 1 Champion Select and talk a little bit about the predicted compositions. Maybe we should still be on 11.6. So let's take a look. I mean, nothing changed in the meta. We don't really have to refresh you all on the meta. You've watched enough games to be comfortable and understand what's going on. So let's rather focus on the two teams. What do you expect to be as a first comp draft from SGB here?
So, okay, go Rebel.
No, you go. I talked last.
Yep. So Seraphine and the Tristana are the power pick, absolutely. Seraphine has already been banned. Tristana, I think Cerberus did not choose to ban her because Ariety isn't much of a Tristana player. So Cerberus might snatch her and give her immediately to Artemis for a very oppressive lane.
Well, and this first answer here from Cerberus looks quite strong to me. Two very high priority champion for Cerberus on red side. Already looks like a pretty decent opening to this first series to me. In terms of dream compositions, as we have a little bit more time to focus on the overall compositions, what would be the first comp you want to draft, Rebel, for SGB? If you were Ren, what would your strategy be just overall for the very first playoffs series of 3 of your 5 players?
Well, of course, let's start with what they've got, which is the Hecarim and the Kai'Sa, which I think are perfect. These are 2 champions. I would say I like Olaf for BJ a bit more. The priorities there exceptionally strong into a number of junglers, and it just fits everything they love to do when they're constantly attacking the opposition. But obviously, Hecarim can do the exact same thing. I was really worried we were going to see Orianna here for Froggy, because I think that's something that does inhibit the Ribbit to some extent, because the pushing power isn't there to try to support the jungle in the same way. That'd be taking that team fighting that the Clockwork has pointed to being the strength from Cerberus as. So instead, they go for a bit more controlled stuff right here, as they are able to grab the Kai'Sa and the Alistar away. I'd still love to see a mage that they can break out of the mid lane, and then something very teamfight oriented. I'm even okay with Blind Gnar specifically for Hosmed, because I think he's one of the very few in the region that actually does a very good job at playing that in blind matchups.
So the first, the second phase bans already coming in here. Silas being banned, even though we have Seraphine already eliminated in the very first ban stage. So Cerberus now looking to round the composition out with mid and top lane. Both solo lane is still available. Usually Pun likes to go for the blind picks. So do we expect something from Pun here? Maybe Renekton. Oh, Renekton is banned, of course.
Renekton, great comfort from Pan, of course removed, but we still have the Sion as a possibility. Very good blind pick, after some point doesn't die. And as I wanted to mention, of course, Orianna with great ball setup with the Rakan especially. Also massive comfort for Yado, who always plays these control mages, like the Orianna especially. And we also need to see what Saigon Buffalo is going to play. In the mid lane, it's probably going to be something. The Yone. I had it in my niche picks to discuss about Froggy, but I didn't expect to see him already at game 1.
And that's the gambit for game 1. That is telling Cerberus we are going to finish this game quickly and you will not get to scale. Last pick for Pun, not really something we expected to see. And we go with Wukong. So Rebel, talk me through. Actually, I'm going to make you talk about Cerberus here. Tell me all about their composition, and do they win this first game?
Let's be very direct. Cerberus has played extremely into our plotline of saying that they're a team fight oriented team. You look at this, like Wukong's good at laning, fantastic at team fighting, great ball delivery system for Yada with this Orianna, and a lot of damage that's going to be coming through consistently is coming out of Artemis. This is like standard stuff to come out. Pawn on something, especially in counterpick, to make sure he's not getting beaten around in lane. Zhu Hao on the Udyr is just something he picks quite a bit, and then playing heavily for team fight. The one pick that I think is slightly different is this Rakan, but I don't think it's necessarily bad into Alistar, but it does open up for BJ to have 2 squishy targets to attack on bottom side. The Cerberus win, if they are able to get into this team fighting phase, I have a struggle of seeing exactly how it is that they lose because of just how amazing this setup is to get all of this damage out.
So, sounds pretty much like a Cerberus prediction here. On the other side, SGB coming in with a very risky comp, you could say. Clockwork, do you like what they've done here for game 1, and do you think they are going to open this series, the first series ever in playoffs for, I think, even 4 of their players, because Froggy hasn't been in the playoff series either, with a win?
I absolutely love this draft, especially because it's a bit experimenty and allows Saigon Buffalo to study their opponent in game 1 with this. It fits the Saigon Buffalo theme a lot with these all very mid-game dive focused champions like the Hecarim, like the Yone. It needs to be played accordingly, so I don't think it's the easiest comp to play out. I think Saigon Buffalo have all the tools that they want and need to win. So for this game, I'm gonna predict for Buffalo, actually.
And with that, let's jump into playoffs. We are here, the first best of 5 of the season.
Welcome everybody. It's been a long season, and as these teams have persevered, we're now here to see who will come out on top. It's the veterans versus the rookies, the young versus the old, the buffalo versus the dog. It's hard to call, and I couldn't be more glad to be here with my good friend Marbinogi as these titans clash in this game 1. Marby, how do you feel about these drafts? It's Froggy Yone.
We are seeing these two teams come out of the gates with exactly what we have been predicting to see. Cerberus all in on that late game team fighting. SGB, they have that early game composition. They have a good roaming mid laner. They have a strong top laner. They have Taki's ability to roam around the map and make things happen on this Alistar. And we're going to have to see, can they get this early game to a level where Cerberus cannot rely on that late game fight, because if they get there, they are going to be very, very strong.
Yeah, for sure. I was saying in chat as this one rolled out, this is almost a blind pick comp for Cerberus. I think they picked a lot of comfort. I think the only thing that would change is Pun on a bigger tank. But he's definitely not too afraid, as Froggy is shoved under tower, not too unexpected. But Artemis going extremely low, losing out hard on an early trade.
Yes, Buffalo race into that level 2 thanks to the pushing power of the Kai'Sa, and the Artemis just caught out by the Alistar. There's a flash already blown on the bot side from Taki. He's fine. He's got that Hex Flash, so he's using full advantage of that punish, gets both summoners out of Artemis, and that gives the opening up for BJ to just come down, repeat gank Artemis, and put that Tristana in the dirt. And without Tristana, then you're starting to see SGB struggle a little bit. Of course, Orianna can put out a lot of damage if she lands a big shockwave, but without that, you're really relying on that Trist.
Yeah, but to be fair, Cerberus is no stranger to relying on Artemis. He has been very good.
No. Of course not.
Absolutely not. I know you know, don't worry. As Yado takes a little bit of damage from the ninja, but he does manage to get away. No worries, it's just poke.
And I just want to say that we see BJ, he's coming down onto this bot side, already applying pressure. He is going to be on a ward though, so they get to see him recalling. They are very much aware he's going to be on the bot side, but not actually putting pressure down, so Artemis feels safe enough to put up. Still on the ward, still in vision. So, but
I mean,
that
this
delay
bot lane is going very poorly for Cerberus.
Yeah, it's going really badly, and that's not good for Cerberus. That's Artemis is you're meant to be a big carry. He's meant to be your focus. And if they're falling down in the laning phase, look, we know SGB is good at the early game, but that comes through scripted plays. That comes through these gank setups and these rotations and picks in the mid lane. But Cerberus on red side, they love to gank bot, and it's happening now.
That it is, but Zhu Hao actually gives Taki a way to get out with that headbutt. So in the end, it will just be swinging the tempo back. They don't really get anything from the gank, but they do allow Artemis to catch up. They're both level 3 now. This Tristana becoming a little bit more relevant and is catching up in the CS department.
Yeah, it's health traded on the jungler for the support, so a bit of lane pressure back for Cerberus, but it shows where Zhu Hao is. It gives BJ this opportunity to evade onto these raptors. He is going to be spotted on this river vision. So Cerberus aren't too upset by that. They know they're down. They can pivot Zhu Hao's jungle pathing to go down into that river, but maybe BJ's looking for something. No, he's just making his way through the wave.
Yeah,
through the lane to
lurking and
contest.
covering. Zhu Hao is here. We are going to get a bit of a clash in the bush, but Froggy doing a really good job zoning Yano off. It takes a lot of damage. Has the soul to snap back to as now BJ's under tower. That's a flash forward, and Zhu Hao will draw first blood of the playoffs.
And in the bot lane, it's going to be Cerberus being forced to back off. They managed to do enough damage, did SGB, so there's not going to be a turn into the dragon. But it has opened up. Okay, gonna clear out the ward. That should let Froggy be safe. There's no flash.
Froggy doesn't want it though. He's just going forward. He gets shockwave. He's got the soul unbound. He gets the kill and Froggy's out of there. Ome wa Shinderu. You are already dead.
And you'll don't do a palette. Don't do it. Okay, you're just not gonna die there. But we just oh my god, Nazan stop. Hasmid gets the kill. He gets the flash now. He picks it up, and SGB are just winning these lanes across the map. They fumbled a bit in the mid lane, but it's just working out for them. They're winning trades in bot lane, not getting the kill, but Hasmid just puts his foot down and turns it onto Pun.
I'm glad I did some vocal warm-ups and that before this one started, because we do not get a warm-up period. This is a VCS. It is high octane. This is a drag race, not the F1. They start in 5th gear. Let's have a look at how this passage of play started out. It's going to be a long replay, because there was a hell of a
I don't even know if we're going to get... Okay, well, no, we are. It's going to be just a dragon.
Contest, yeah.
Okay, we just see them get a drop, and they get a little bit hyphy onto Yano. BJ getting a little bit caught out, goes too deep without Froggy, so can't convert there. Then we're just... I'm not exactly sure what happened here. I can only assume it was a sort of headbutt pulverize combo. We're not going to see the bit on the end, but Froggy is actually just recognized Yano didn't have a lot of mana left, had enough for one shockwave, and just sort of guessed and estimated that there wouldn't be enough damage from the follow-up auto attacks to take him down, and he was right, turns out. So good work from Froggy. He's off to a decent start, down a little bit in CS, but you should be in this matchup realistically. Plus, yes, that kill, so he's loving life.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Froggy's in a great position. But Cerberus, despite that extra kill, is still only 400 gold down. Nothing too serious. We expect SGB to be a little bit ahead in these early games.
A little bit.
Ooh. A little bit. We expect a lot of bit. Well, sorry, let me rephrase that. Even when Cerberus is going to win games, we expect them to lose the early game. Is that a bit more of a fair way to put it?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at their averages at 15 minutes across all games, Cerberus are down 300 gold at 15. That in their wins, they're only up about 1,000, whereas SGB, in their wins, they're up about 2k. And on average, they're about 1.3k ahead. So they should be taking massive leads. As just going to see a bit of trading. Husband might be
moving forward. He's got Mega. He's got access to the Gnar. Pun's in a lot of trouble. Flashes away. Down on the bottom side, we've got a bit of an engage as well, as Taki takes a lot of damage, but nothing lethal.
Yeah, strong engage coming in from Huber on that side, just to bully it. And now Zhu Hao, he's going to take advantage of Froggy.
Well done.
Good ultimate from there to dodge all the CC. and gets out cleanly. But this is gonna, oh my god, it doesn't stop BJ getting poking his head in, but he is gonna run away. No follow-up. No ultimate for Huber to chase. And it's just a bit of pressure going down for the side of SGB. They're going to be able to maybe convert this into the Herald now. They're bringing up Taki to work alongside. Kaiser gonna rotate, maybe just sort of fake it to see if they can bait Cerberus into responding and then get a free push. But nope, there's no response, so it's just gonna be a catch on the bot side and a trade for the Rift Herald for nothing.
Really good. This is so
Rift
good
Herald
for
for
SGB.
nothing.
SGB are playing this so well. They're using this early game power of Froggy and Huzmed perfectly to snowball it. They don't even have to move their ADC. There's not going to be any tower plates traded back. And SGB, they are here to play Mabinogi.
Yeah, at most they were going to lose a tower plate off that play. I mean, if they knew Zhuhao was topside, so there wasn't going to be a big 3-man dive onto Ariety. They read them extremely well, they played it extremely well, and they walk away with the free objective. And now they're going to have to sort of find a place for this Rift Herald. That's all they're looking to do now. Do we drop it onto Froggy? Do we drop it onto Ariety? They are playing on blue side, so
I think you put it on Froggy.
I was about to say, on blue side, they tend to be a little bit more lane focused for Froggy. He doesn't poke his head into the jungle as much and try and find these sort of isolated picks. But Taki,
yeah, but he's fine. He's got the Alistar ultimate. It's just, yeah, I mean that was good from Huber. Just he committed a Rakan W. It doesn't matter. He got the Alistar ult. It's a good trade.
But they looked a little bit worse than us. And now Artemis has the rocket jump. Oh, good flash. Flash for flash, win for Taki. So making up with good rotation down. And now they're in a decent position to just drop this Rift Herald. But with Cerberus hanging around, they're just going to pull back. And it's just going to be a little bit more back and forth, waiting for this dragon to spawn. And you could just rush up to the top side, drop it, and walk all the way back. After this dragon, walk all the way to the top side and drop it, and almost guarantee a first tower, because look at how much work Harsmed is putting in. They're even in CS, but he's almost gotten 2 plates. He's gotten that solo kill. He is winning this lane extremely hard, despite getting counter-picked. And now, Zhuhao's just going to walk away.
Yeah, there should actually be a second dragon immediately over SGB. They are using the mid lane pressure that Froggy has been able to build, this Yone being a bit of a lane bully up against the control mage of the Orianna, is guaranteeing them pretty heavy priority. So they just dropped this Rift Herald that they secured earlier. That should get them the second stack of the Drake. So SGB, this is what our analysts were talking about. This is the point that Rebel was making. It is scripted.
I don't like this script. I was going to have to hold on.
But there we go. As the shockwave goes in, Froggy goes across, but doesn't actually deal a huge amount of damage. Artemis comes straight into the play, trying to put the damage down. Hasn't managed to deal anything lethal yet as Huzmed comes in. Look at Froggy on the turnaround into the big Nah. It's all Huzmed all the time. Double kill for the Alistar, and it's a big win. 4 kills over to the Buffalo, and Cerberus has been beheaded.
He misses, he whiffs his ult completely, but he doesn't need it. Gets a 3-man knockup, I think, on that Q, and it turns into a big win for them. Unfortunately, look at this tower. It's already really low, but they got no gold out of those plates. Everyone had backed off to the dragon. I'm really upset by this. So all in all, they're going to get 1 extra plate out of that massive teamfight win, but it is gold in their pockets. It's another stack of dragon. They're going to turn it into more gold, and that can just roll into more objectives. They're starting off extremely well. And at the start, it looks so bad.
It looks bad for Froggy at the start, but look how the man redeems himself in a little bit.
Absolutely, but the shockwave lands on 3, they miss the fade unsealed, and then this Q knocks up 3, and Harsmed converts into the Nah, and it's just easy wombo combo from the Alistar from there. Just CC after CC after CC into so much damage, into so many kills, and it's just off to the races for SGB, 3k ahead.
That is an absolutely huge turn. When all seemed dark, it was Husmed coming in from the mid lane to make sure that Saigon Buffalo came out so far ahead. Him and Froggy have been so impressive this split, and that play emphasizes the growth of those two players, particularly of Froggy, of course. It is that 2k gold lead coming up on 3. In fact, let's just call it 3. And oh no, Yado, that's not where you want to be. It's a good shockwave and his team's actually coming in. So the turnaround is possible. Artemis gets the jump reset, but they will not continue the play. They are happy just to bail out their mid laner.
Yeah, BJ's already got his chem tank, so he's tanky enough to survive Artemis with that Noon Quiver. Usman should be able to get away from this with the hop, and he does. So Cerberus looking to make things happen, looking to try and find their way back into the game, which makes sense. You are 3k down. You're probably feeling the pressure on you to make things happen and try and claw it back, but you don't necessarily need to. You just need to avoid that happening as Froggy solo kills Yado under tower, and now the idea of BJ being there is forcing them off the bot lane turret. That should be going down. Actually, that's quite healthy, so give it another wave or two, but just complete control for the Buffalo. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Yeah,
Easy. To be fair, hate that ultimate. It goes past the hitbox. I don't like it. That shouldn't have
it really looked a little sus there. But gets the kill. Not much Yado can do once it hits, because that was instant.
It was, and let's continue as the game goes. It is SGB in this dominant position at 15 minutes. They are 4,500 gold ahead. Where do they go now? The mythics are being completed. The shield bow for Froggy. Everything looking very, very standard on the mythic front.
Yeah, nothing standing out particularly. The Divine Sunderer for the Wukong to deal with the front line makes a lot of sense. Not going to be going for that sort of big split pushing, dueling Triforce or anything like that. Or a Gore Drinker or something to dive the backline, you could, I suppose, is another option. But he's not gone for that. He wants to be a bit of a frontline, let Artemis and Yado do most of the actual heavy lifting. And it feels bad because this may be one of the games where Pun needs sort of to try and upset the backline. I mean, you can still do that with
Divine Sunderer. I think. See, this is an interesting quirk of Cerberus, is that we talk about their team fighting prowess, and no question, they are an amazing team fighting team. They may well go that route this game, but I think they have the option of playing the 1-4, because Wukong with the Divine Sunderer is a very, very good side laner.
Absolutely.
Might be a little bit too far behind on Husmed to really activate it before it's irrelevant, though. That's my worry.
Yeah, probably he's probably not going to be able to actually make much use of his split push capabilities in this game. He's quite far down, and Gnar is going to be, no mean feat either. Or you can even just send Froggy up there to almost instantly clear the waves. So it's not like the split push is going to be super effective, but it can help you set up your waves a little bit better to get these flanks in and let you get these big cyclones off into the backline. That is absolutely true. But Husmed's first down on the roam. They pick up the dragon, they pick up the mid lane turret, and now they can push in and make sure there's wards all throughout the jungle and go wherever they please. All 3 outer turrets are down. No real hope for Cerberus to get vision down deep into the enemy jungle without risking a collapse from the Buffalo.
Exactly. They are being choked out of this one. They need to find a way to get some air back into their lungs. Ciato farms up this side lane. Zuhao has so far been good. Only a little bit behind Bean J in farm. The Udyr with the chem tank, of course, permanently relevant and does have that 1 kill for Cerberus.
Yeah. We're just seeing a little bit of we're seeing the armor, this plated steel caps coming out from Udia, so needs to be wanting to be a little bit more defensive, not wanting to go for the shorter flash cooldown and try and make more plays, which is fair. You're probably just going to be trying and sit on top of Artemis to make sure BJ can't really do a lot on top of it. I don't know if but that just means it really is Cerberus just sort of conceding that, that we're going to sit back, we're going to wait and try not to give up too much.
Froggy catches Pun.
Should not be a kill.
Damage. Yeah, it's a lot of damage though.
It is a lot of damage, so maybe Punch needs to be careful as Froggy reapproaches. But they're just gonna. Oh my god! Doesn't stop.
It never stops, Marvy. It never stops. But there is an engage. They find Artemis. No damage follow up yet. Ariety lurking. Herald. Artemis gets back over to the tower, but this is obviously going to be a charge. Should actually take the tower, and here comes Froggy! The knock-up! The shockwave to answer actually buys Artemis space to get the hell out. They call in a teleport. Can they charge forward? They choose not to.
Yeah, Haasman not able to get in range for a Nard to really confirm that CC, and of course Froggy getting yeeted straight back to his soul after landing the ultimate means that they aren't able to turn into kill, but it does buy the space to take that turret. It lets them control this topside jungle and threaten the Baron, which is what they're doing right now.
Yeah, they're on it.
On the flank.
Oh, this is a huge flank out of the Hecarim. He's charging up. There he goes, straight into the team, onto the Udyr. Takes him down instantly. There is a Cyclone in the backline. Pun dealing a lot of damage, but the onslaught of shadows diffuses the monkey. Hazmed gets knocked away. He has the bar, but they're just going to return to Baron. That is 2 kills picked up, and SGB are looking utterly, utterly dominant.
Yeah, Shockwave is coming up from Yado, so he has the potential to go for a steal with that ability, or at the very least, ruin the health bars. But never mind, Haasman's making things happen. He's killed Artemis.
He has, and now they're charging on in. It's not just good enough to get Baron. It is going to be the kills. Well, Taki moves forward. Can't quite find it. Husmed's not done. There's another kill. The rookies are charging forward. Buffalo on a stampede. And it's Husmed leading the way.
He don't stop. He wants it all. He picks up a kill on Artemis. He picks up a kill on Yada, and his team gets him the Baron. 4-0-5. This man is huge. This prehistoric monster is here, and it's making his mark on the rift. Now they have the Baron. Now they can back. They're going to reset, pick up a lot more items, and they can use that to turn into the dragon. Look at this fight. They immediately remove the jungle. They decide that, yep, this is the target. This means dragon is more open. Pun is not safe enough to actually make these big plays in the backline. Never mind, we're out of the replay.
Back to live, and this is another fight. Pun has been found again. He is having no fun this game. He's been a weak point. You said while we were watching draft, you called it should be an Ornn pick for Pun. They went the Wukong instead. I'm thinking maybe the tank was the go. We'll have to see if they can clutch this game out or if they make the adjustment in game 2, because this Wukong has failed horribly.
Yeah, we're seeing a huge weakness.
No, Yado's dead. He's taken down. They're just moving forward. SGB, they do not take their foot off the gas. Froggy uses his ult just to gap close, heads back to his soul, and that may well even just be game.
It very much, if it's not, which it may very well be, there's only Artemis and Pun left, and I don't think they can do it. Even if they decide to call it off, they can collapse back to the soul, but it doesn't matter. They're going for the win.
And it is going to be SGB who has won the first battle. It was a strong opening salvo, but the war has a long way to go. Cerberus will not be giving up without a fight. And while SGB, they have that lead now, they have a long way to go to defend it. That is the end of game 1, with Cerberus on the losing side. SGB moving up 1-0.
Yeah,
My word, our playoffs have started well.
Yeah, SGB come out swinging before looking at stats. So we were thinking 28 minutes. That's the mark that they need to be winning, or it's going to be Cerberus's favored that for those games. 23 minutes, they pick up their first win. They are off and kicking Cerberus in the head. That's 1 head down, 2 more to go.
And we'll be back in about 5 minutes with VCS English Analyst Desk. Don't go anywhere. Playoffs has just begun.
Surprise! We're already back. Yeah, that's right. For playoffs, of course. We want to give you as much content as possible, so no 10-minute breaks. We are back with the desk. Welcome back, Rebel and Clockwork, for this one. What a quick game one, and what a statement game from SGB. Coming in, 4 players have never played in a playoff series in this team. The 5th player has waited so long to actually find a good team again, Hasmid in the top lane. And boy, oh boy, did they deliver. Let's start right off with an overall impression of the game. Rebel, take it away. Your boy Froggy looked damn good.
that's an understatement. The Yone, it's something that's come out previously for them. He has. I came up with this term, and I know it was already used today, but I'm going to bring it back up. We had a discussion of like, okay, champion ocean, champion planet, whatever it is. It's champion swamp because he's froggy. And so he was able to dive pretty
Nice.
deeply into that pool to be able to pull that out and looked phenomenal. It wasn't even just a Yone that's just like, okay, he's tanking the wave. He's doing what he needs to do. He's making plays everywhere, which was phenomenal. And then Hasmed, when you combine those two together, the team fights, man, they looked amazing. They pushed that pressure early on exactly as we expected them to try to do. Somehow Artemis was getting bullied out this game. That's the win condition that we had set out for Cerberus. Things worked out real well. 22-minute victory here for the side of Saigon in their first game.
And Clockwork, what was your impression from the Cerberus side of things?
From the Cerberus side of things, I think they also tried to experiment a bit, especially with the Wukong in the top lane. I'm not really satisfied in what they done through the mid game. I thought that they would be better at stalling and buying time to get to the team fights, but Saigon Buffalo were on fire, and there was very little the Cerberus could do.
Yeah, the game actually started with the first blood for Zuhao on BJ, and I was getting scared for Saigon Buffalo's early game. That's very much focused on BJ and bringing the jungler ahead. But then they recovered very quickly, very nice double kill in the top lane. This moment, we're going to watch back again. This is the team fight at 12 minutes around Dragon. This was maybe even the game-deciding team fight, so we want to have another look at this one. Slow down a little bit, so take it away and walk us through it.
Absolutely game-defining. This was a good shockwave from Yado, but then the backline Artemis was late to the fight. He jumps in very risky, and BJ hits it with the ultimate. At this point, Artemis is forced back. Hasmed is early on the teleport and manages to find the lineup from the Froggy ultimate, and then the wall smash, and everything collapses for Cerberus. They don't have the damage, they don't have tanks, and the mid-game damage that the Saigon Buffalo composition has, even if it's way more one-dimensional than usual teams because it's more AD focused, it is so high that Cerberus has no answer to that.
I know it was probably impossible for anyone to have seen because we have webcams on. We had to mute our mics in the middle of the game. But the visceral and the primal scream that came out of my mouth when I got to watch that Yone
so
combined with our ultimate, I went nuts
screaming
for that. That was so amazing between those two. And it's, like I said, we pointed out this is a rookie team, man. This is not what we expect. We didn't expect that Hasmed would get a chance with 3 people that were coming in from the play-in tournament that were getting beaten by GLX at the beginning of the split. The turnaround for the team has been phenomenal. And Cerberus, I don't think they had the best showing in game number 1, but that is not the point. I think the takeaway here is not that Cerberus played poorly. It's that Saigon played amazing in our first game.
Yeah, they overcame what actually didn't look too great in the regular season, right? The last time they played against each other, we talked about this in the pregame. Saigon Buffalo had an amazing lead, but they were not able to close it out. This game, there was no doubt in my mind that they would be able to close it out. Very clean, very collected. We've talked so much about Ren being maybe the best coach when it comes to coaching strategies and briefing his players on how to play the game. And once again, this looked really good. This team is a team of 4 players that have never made this stage, and this their first game. What a statement! So I want to quickly touch on before we go into next game and look ahead at the draft, maybe review the last one as well. I want to ask you, who's your player of this game? We don't do it officially, but just a light discussion of who was your favorite player in this one.
Has to be Froggy. Has to be Froggy. I also want to praise, of course, Hasmed, that he had a great game, but Ariety actually played, Ariety and Taki together played the lane way better than I expected. I expected a lead from Cerberus, and instead they came out the gate swinging.
Yeah, I think if you look at every single player on Saigon, I think perhaps the only person that even came close to underperforming comparative to what we expect was maybe BJ, and that's only because of the early death and not for any other reason. So to pick out any one individual player from the side of Saigon, I think would be really difficult, except it's Froggy! It's always Froggy for me! I'm sorry, it's never going to be anyone else. It could have been everybody and him inting the entire game, and I still would have picked Froggy. He's the best player in the world. Don't stop me. Don't at me.
And good to see the two veteran players, even though they are very, very young themselves still, leading the rookies into the playoffs, right? Because this game was about Froggy and Hasmed looking amazing. So let's take a quick look at the game one draft again. Maybe get to or anticipate a little bit about the second one. And this one was unusual, especially for Pun last pick Wukong, I think. So do you want to see this changed for Cerberus, or do you think this was the correct approach and they just misexecuted in game? Clockwork, let's start with you.
Okay, so if I'm Cerberus, I actually don't mind starting with something risky, with a Wukong in the top lane, which is not exactly Pun's comfort, so I'm okay with some experimentation. What I'm actually looking at is the bot lane, because it seems that Artemis with Huba and instead of Ron OP has a bit harder time to aggress in the bot lane. So if I'm in Cerberus, I would like to start Ron OP, pick something aggressive. Rel was open. Tristana Rel would have been a great lane here, a great option, but they didn't go for it because Ron OP was missing.
And Rebel? Sorry.
Yeah, to speak to that, actually, so this was an interesting point that I found about the support difference, which is if you look at Taki and his play on engage primary supports, which is like, if you look at like Rel and Alistar and Galio and all these other picks that he has that are kind of just like primary engage, like Leona, he's actually really low win rate compared to everything else he plays, because he doesn't play really well being the only primary engage on the team, which in this case, you have BJ, you have Froggy, you have things like that, which is why I think Huber stepping in was interesting, because it's like, okay, he's got this enchanter pool that could be used to punish melee type champions like Alistar that are used for disengage rather than trying to part engage, because that's where Taki starts to fail a little bit. But they didn't play that. They played Rakan.
It's only one game of the series, so maybe that's something to look into. Definitely the Seraphine priority. It was banned on red side. This time Cerberus probably goes back to blue side and might look at the Seraphine first pick. They have 2 Seraphine players on their roster. It's very high priority, probably the highest priority champion right now. One last question before we head into draft for game 2. Hello, Taki. Is will we see another Froggy Yona game, or was this just a one-off, and will they go back to their bread and butter control Meiji Romy compositions around mid lane?
So if I'm Buffalo and I know that the Yone is so effective, I would try to go for it most time as possible. Of course, Yone requires setup, so it's not blind pickable or pickable into anything, but Cerberus now need to address it, need to throw maybe some ban, either on the Yone or other champions that enable it, and that wouldn't still be enough because Froggy has a lot of dark technologies on his side. He can also play the Renekton, the Kalista in the mid lane, so Yone is just the tip of the iceberg for Saigon Buffalo mid lane.
Champion swamp. That's what I said. I think
there we go. Control
Mage works, right? Orianna's not my preference. I don't like blinding Orianna either, which is what Cerberus got punished with in the last draft. Maybe don't go to that. And surprisingly, Yato, I think, actually had a great performance for Cerberus. Had some actually good Orianna ultimates, but don't put it that early because now it can be punished by something that comes out from Saigon. They have to make that realization, and it's that little bit of a swap that's going to make all the difference.
Actually, very interesting to see Saigon Buffalo on blue side again. So Cerberus apparently not choosing to contest them on blue. They want to come in with another red side draft. This forces them to pick, to ban away, I should say, the Seraphine and leaves open Taki's Thresh. So that's the first opening pick for Saigon Buffalo. Cerberus last time responded with Tristana and Udyr. Do we go the same way again? Clockwork?
Okay, so for sure, Cerberus would do well in picking a Tristana. Saigon Buffalo doesn't seem to be bothered by this, but I also want to mention that Cerberus' most banned champion through the split was the Thresh. So now they decided to let him up. Saigon Buffalo snatch it immediately, and this set is very surprising. I don't think Yado has played any set through the split, so it will probably be in the support position, maybe for Ron OP.
It's probably Ron OP. That was my thought. I was like, okay, Ron OP's in, and now he's stepping in. I think this was a pick into set that had been taken, or my apologies, into Thresh. My apologies. So they let Thresh through. They think, okay, we can respond to it with the likes of the set that we've got here going into the bottom lane, and that's their option. I was gonna say BJ on this, phenomenal. This is another fantastic pick coming out from the side of Saigon, because first off, Olaf's now interacting with two melee champions, and second, even better, Aphelios gets to interact with two melee champions. So already looking like a draft that they are more than happy to play out here.
Yeah, so the interesting discussion here across the globe is Aphelios versus Jinx in this spot. A lot of people like the Aphelios Thresh for their lane power. It's very strong in lane, of course. Scales decently well. I'd say Jinx decidedly scales a little bit better than Aphelios. But into big tanks, Aphelios is a little bit better at killing tanks compared to Jinx, so might be why Ariety didn't go for one of his preferred champions in Jinx. He's actually a very good Jinx player, so a little bit confusing, a little bit surprising to me. And now they have to deal with Kalista, though Kalista into Thresh Aphelios, she can also overstep quite easily. If she takes a trade that doesn't go her way, then Thresh and Aphelios can chase her down, can slow her down, and actually make her accountable in lane. So this bot lane is already setting out to be very exciting here in Game 2.
Also, on the Kalista is risky because it has very low capability to escape from the Olaf. Once he slows her, she has a hard time running away. So Saigon Buffalo starting from the bot lane, which is not what we expected at the beginning, that they would focus so much in the bot lane, but also giving Ariety this comfort of Aphelios. Jinx was an option also, because he's the player that likes to kite away and so on. Tank for Pan in the top lane. I like this from Cerberus.
Rebel, tell me about an Ornn Kalista composition. Does it make sense?
I mean, for a team that wants to team fight like Cerberus, I feel like if your damage backbone is a Kalista, there's going to be problems. However, I will give the caveat that Cerberus, when they did beat the Vel'Koz in the Caitlyn composition that came out from Saigon, that did happen to be a Kalista ADC game from the side of Artemis. So maybe there's that caveat to remember. Is they're also saving Yado's picks, so maybe Yado's got something special planned for us right here as well.
I like Lissandra of Vel'Koz. Come on, give us some spice, Froggy. Nah, come on.
I'll always want Vel'Koz, but unfortunately, I'm perfectly fine with Azir coming out here. I think it makes some sense with what they've got.
This would be the craziest Zed pick of all time for Yado. It's much more his wheelhouse. He's known as the Zoe player. I'm a little bit confused looking at Cerberus' composition. 2 early to mid-game carries, and then Ornn in the top lane, who's really all about late game now. He's not about the 2-item power spike like he was last season and the season before. He gets stronger the longer the game goes, but Kalista and Zoe arguably get weaker, so it's a lot of CC, a lot of burst damage, but not the highest amount of consistent DPS, especially compared to Azir Aphelios. So, give me your opinions. We start with Rebel. We started with Rebel last time. Clockwork, please. Who is going to win this game?
Yue, I know that you like to talk about range, and Cerberus' composition has none into Azir Aphelios. There's no way Saigon Buffalo loses this game.
Nice, precise, and concise. Let's go, Rebel. Who's your pick?
Yado's got to prove that he can put about it was 150 rounds a person, so 600 pounds on his back, and carry it right now with the Zoe pick. I don't think it's on the table here. I think Saigon's got this one too.
Well, we have very Saigon Buffalo heavy discussions right now. Hopefully Cerberus can strike back and make this a series. Their composition is very different from last time. Froggy on Azir, just one quick thing to point out. This patch is the Azir has to build Ludens patch, so that's something to keep an eye out. And let's get into Game 2. Can Cerberus strike back, or do we go to match point for Saigon Buffalo?
and it's game 2. We have returned to the Rift. The champions are locked in. The lanes are assigned. Me and Marby are ready and raring to go for another game. Mr. Mabinogi, what are these teams looking to do early on in this game?
Go to the other players. Because these teams should be on the other sides.
Yeah. yeah. This is a very Saigon Buffalo team out of... or a draft, I should say.
So, yeah, we see Cerberus have a very strong early game, especially around this mid bot side duo, and that should be fine with how they like to play bots red side. They like to use it to gank Artemis in the bot lane a lot. They leave Pun on the weak side, whereas they're a bit more spread out if they choose to do this on blue. I would assume that this is a choice from the Cerberus team saying, no, we really want our red side draft, and they'd use it to make sure they get a counter pick for Yado this time. So I'm expecting him to be a bit more of a carry focus this game compared to game 1. They forced Froggy to not reach into his swamp. He has to skim the scum off the top and pick it in his ear for a nice safe line pick. And now SGB, they just kind of get to chill until 30-40 minutes and hope they can win team fights, which compositionally they have a great chance to do it, but can they execute on that? That tends to be where they tend to fall down a lot of the time. When they get past 28 minutes, they lose a lot of their gold leads. They slip into bad habits and get caught out and lose more games.
Yeah, but as the desk, Mr. Clockata pointed out, it's just so low range from Cerberus that as the game goes on, it just gets harder and harder and harder to do anything. It gets to a point where Yado has to hit a miracle bubble, or Cerberus deals about 100 damage in a team fight total. Artemis is going to have a little bit of a hard time operating in terms of getting close, but I don't think Cerberus are without the tools to let him get in there. They can throw in a set to ruin the sanctity of the team fight. They can use an Ornhorn to spread them apart and make it and create chaos. So I think they have options and can execute on it to make things happen, but we're gonna have to see how that goes out later in the game. At this point, it's all about this mid lane and these junglers seeing what they can get done. Zhu Hao has a lot of options to make things happen with the flash bear slap, and Bean J on Olaf really wants to try and get things rolling before he sort of descends into irrelevancy. Very early recall out of Artemis here, and actually picks up the double daggers. Not going to try and pick up boots. Obviously, boots on Callista are basically a full item. But obviously didn't have enough for the full Greave, so just go stealth daggers, just getting that attack speed.
Yeah, obviously not having enough for the combine, but could have picked up those tier 1 boots instead of that extra dagger, but not quite as much in terms of combat stats. And here we go, Zhu Hao.
Husband's caught, Zhu Hao getting the party started, and it'll be Pun that benefits. First blood going to the dogs.
Yeah, very good rotation out of Zhu Hao, recalling off that crab, heading straight towards that top side. Harsman just a little bit too far pushed out. Gonna get punished. Gonna have to teleport back into lane because of the way the lane is positioned. Olaf is making his way up towards... He's actually sort of naturally pathing towards bot side because he took that top crab, but he's gonna have to sort of make sure Harsmed is safe, I would imagine, but nope, Harsmed's just letting the wave push into him. Zhu Hao's not going to look for a repeat gank, and bot side around this dragon will be where the next sort of clash happens for these teams.
Yeah, and there is the second reset coming in from the Cerberus bot lane after that cheetah recall from Artemis earlier. Goes back. See what he does complete. It's still not boots. This is weird for a Callista. This is very strange out of a Callista. You might, for those of you in chat that may not know, Callista gets a lot more out of movement speed than other ADCs because of how her passive works.
It's not so much movement speed as much as it is her boot tier.
The distance. Yeah, sorry, the distance.
The tier of her boots scales the length of her hops.
Yeah.
So normally you see them rush the Berserker's Greaves, and maybe they stop off for a Vamp Scepter first. because, lifesteal on Kalista is a very common strategy. And this does mean that, but because Variety and Taki actually choose to push out and match the recall, this is going to give Cerberus the opportunity to pick up this dragon, where if they'd stayed, shoved the waves a little bit longer, they weren't exactly on a bad reset themselves. They probably could have picked up that dragon themselves. It is only a Mountain Drake, but with the front line that Cerberus possesses,
it's a valuable one-stack.
Pretty valuable, yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting because I think we were all a little bit caught off guard by the nature of this Cerberus composition. That they are taking a lot of early game power. They look like they want to set the tempo. It's not what we expected in this series. But I think there is an angle to it. Oh, hang on. We might have to come back to it, as there is a lot of damage coming in. The teleport being used as well. They want to go under tower. Rono P breaks some faces. All the four, massive shield. The fist goes straight onto Variety. This is a huge play for Cerberus. Artemis, 10 HP, managing to get away. Zuhao has found the Tarkster. And
Yado was first, so there was no escape.
Yep, yeah. Easy peasy. Huge play for Cerberus.
And no response from SGB. Hasmed had to blow his teleport after that first blood, so he's stuck in lane. Beanjay is on the wrong side of the map. Froggy had blown his teleport to lane as well. So easy collapse from Pun, easy pickups. It's going to be a bit of plate gold, a couple of kills, and it sets up the bot lane extremely well. And it starts off like SGB maybe get the pick because they have a lot of CC to set up, but they run parallel to each other and give Rono P the perfect setup. That's followed up by Pun. Artemis almost gets taken down, but there's no hope for them. They just get run down, and with Yado having that early shove in that mid lane, there is no hope for an escape. So Taki does the sensible thing and just turns around and makes sure Zoe doesn't get an assist.
See, the point I was trying to make before that dive happened is we're a bit confused by Cerberus' composition. Not that it's bad, just that it's not very Cerberus. However, we've talked so much about SGB writing scripts for their early game. And where in a script do you plan for a naked homeless man running up onto the stage and doing whatever the hell he wants? Pun goes down. So that's a good fire back. But I just don't think SGB were as prepped for this Cerberus comp.
I mean, in this meta, you should be prepped for that because that is like half your game.
In this metaphor, Kalista homeless man.
Oh. Okay. No, but so this isn't how we normally see it, but it does actually play into what we have seen from Cerberus time to time looking back. They like to draft early, then play for late because they use the strength of their early game champions to help them get through the early game where they are the weakest. But they have actually decided to take these early game champions and play to them, as we're seeing lots of focus around this bot lane from Zhu, how he is just making sure Ariety cannot step up, and that means more plate gold to Artemis. This Kalista going to get further and further ahead, taking a few tower shots unnecessarily, but
just to guarantee the plate before the back.
Yeah, picks up his plate. They are resetting anyway. There's not really much room for SGB to punish safely. We can see that they could have, but obviously they can't. So good wins from Artemis coming across the board. It's about a K gold lead, and I'd be willing to say pretty much, I'd say at least 500 of that is in Artemis.
Oh, yeah. Pretty much. Maybe a little bit in Zuhao as well with that one kill, but I'd say Artemis is definitely the main catalyst for this lead. Love to see the actual gold graph, but unfortunately we don't, as Rono P bears down on Taki, hits the face breaker. He's going to get in front of him and use the showstopper. He's a little bit too far ahead of Artemis. Angle wasn't very good. He didn't carry him the full distance of the power bomb.
Yeah, didn't carry it, but it does sort of desync the backs, or at the very least stop Taki. So that means they're not going to have as much power in this contesting these extra waves, as only Ariety got to get his back off. Taki's at half health. If Taki wants to back off, that means Ariety is 1v2 under these turrets and can be set up on.
BJ's been caught, has to use the Ragnarok. but they're just going to keep chasing him. There's a Haymaker being used. Ragnarok is a good spell, though. Does get him out for now.
Yeah, and in the chaos around the spot lane, BJ was able to pick up this Rift Herald, so he's going to be back on the map pretty quickly, but with all that pressure down, that means Alrighty has to scramble for whatever he can get. He's the borrower. He wants these Krugs. He's going to borrow them from BJ because he's not getting any help in his lane, as he's just losing first brick over to Artemis, and they are off to a commanding lead. And now, topside, here's the cross-map response. Possibly. Yep, nope, they're going for it.
They're going to go for it, but I don't think they get too much. I think it's just going to be plates onto BJ, which is definitely not bad, but there's no threat of killing Pun here. He has his flash. He has the Call of the Forge God. We'll just be able to whip this eye. So it's just a bit of, like they sort of cash the check of the Rift Herald. Only onto the Olaf, though.
Yeah, it is only on the Olaf, and that is what hurts. They already sticking around for those Krugs means he's really slow and can't rotate into the top lane in time to sync up with his team. They lose the potential to get him back into the game with those plates, and now they can just be matched, and they should just continue to lose the 2v2 up in the top side, and Artemis Ronopi will just slowly push down that top lane tower.
Yeah, and Artemis is up here. Has access to the Fate's Call, but obviously not going to pull the trigger right now. As Zuhao cleans up the crab, make sure there's lots of topside vision. As we have quite a few members up on this topside. Oriety has the purple gun. The Moonlight Vigil, a very strong engage tool right now.
Yeah, very strong engage tool. Little bit low on the DPS, but BJ is here to supplement. They have to be a little bit careful.
Oriety just took a lot of damage. This is going to be a 3v3. The Lantern gets him out, but there's a hook onto the set. Not who you really want to hit as he throws the big punch. And now he's taking a lot of damage. There's Fate's Call. Teleport's being used. Roto P going so deep. Immediately has to flash out. I think he went the wrong way there, but he manages to get away regardless. Husband coming in on the side, but so much damage was dealt to BJ. Husband has to be a raid boss. He gets the show stopped. Another shield for Roto P. Gets him out, but the Rend does not come in. He looks like a porcupine, but he manages to live.
No one dies. Nobody dies. It looked so close for so many people. Rono P flying in under that tower to not actually get the knock up, but he gets out. Heartsman's 1v5. He gets out. Froggy was dead before the play. Okay. And I guess Yado just got a solo kill. So I thought, oh, Yado's so far back. Froggy must have got there first. Nope. Turns out Froggy just was killed off screen by Yado, and this means that it actually does end up being a Cerberus victory across the map because Froggy died in.
Hopefully we get a replay on that. According to our analysts, he did just get one shot by Zoe at some point, but we were too focused on the main fight. My bad. I try to have many eyes, but unfortunately I do only have two. As Artemis continuing to farm is very, very threatening. Fate's Call is down, so Rono P doesn't have that super long engage range right now, but Oriety still has to play very, very respectfully.
Yeah, they don't have any real way to super threaten the dive. It's no actual flash setup. And yeah, Froggy just recalling and gets bubbled and then gets hit by another paddle star, and it's the ignite that takes him down. Yeah, just caught recalling, was probably looking for that recall into teleport into the top side, but just picked out and caught off guard.
Well done, Mayado. Good awareness.
Good work by Yago. Yado.
Yago. It's a new one. Ooh, Taki throwing out a hook. Once again, catching himself around OP. The set is not who you ever want, though. He doesn't care. He just puts up the big Haymaker shield and makes hay while the sun shines. And Zuhao just cruises through. He's just saying g'day, having a bit of fun as the Rift Herald is pulled, but that is only temporary. Ooh, Oriety might be a little bit caught out as the hops begin from Artemis, forcing this Aphelios away from the play. Look at all of the damage. The Severum ult coming in. Oh my word, that bubble was fantastic. No follow-up, but good to watch.
No follow-up, but it does sort of hamper any attempt at a recollapse. We see Hasmed, he's wandered his way up from bot lane, but he's not going to be able to do anything. He's just going to wander around, maybe collect this wave in top, and it's just another objective, another skirmish. Going over to Cerberus, despite not actually getting any kills, they get the pressure, they get the objective, and they can convert that into more pressure and more objectives in 30 seconds after this reset to pick up this Ocean Drake.
That they can, as there is a bit of a shove from SGB. They will manage to push a wave into the tower. It's not too bad, and we are watching the Mythics complete. Zoe has the Ludens, the double Chem Tank. I really like Chem Tank Ornn. I think it helps a lot with his weaknesses. Of course, Frostfire is a very valid option, but I like Chem Tank.
I like Frost. I think Frostfire is probably slightly better in this scenario, but I don't think it's that much of a difference that you have to really worry about it.
I think following up on his own engage is very, very powerful, where you ult and then press your Chem Tank.
True.
But anyway, let's not dwell on it for too long. I completely agree. I think the two items are very, very close. I don't think either of them would have been wrong. Just a personal preference. Yado's a little bit caught out. Rono P guarding him well, though. Rift Herald summoned
here
up.
Comes this Herald.
Yeah, and they want to turn this into the Drake.
And this should force SGB to respond to mid lane and give up a free dragon to Cerberus. I mean, they don't get the charge off, but they got what they wanted. It's all up to see if BJ can waddle his way in and pick it up, which he cannot. Now, it looks like Cerberus wants to make something happen, but they don't even really need to. They're just the threat of them approaching this turret is enough to make SGB back right off and concede pressure in the mid lane.
Now, the thing is, I don't know how much SGB mind that dragon going inside. Of course, they're not happy about it, but they are playing the superior scaling comp, and the scaling is very easy. There comes a point where Ariety and Froggy could be replaced with silver elo players, and you'd still be fine on the Azir and Aphelios against the Cerberus composition. It's just not very difficult to play when you have 3 times the range of the enemy team. The question is, does that point happen in the next 4 minutes?
Yeah, and the 4-minute mark is extra crucial for SGB because if they lose this dragon, then Cerberus is in a commanding lead. Because right now, if you look at the gold, it's 1.5k, which with this composition does not mean a lot. As time goes on, that's going to get weaker and weaker. That they are only like a few daggers ahead in the AD carry position. They're not even really ahead at all in mid lane. And it's just not going to be that impactful as time goes on. If you picked a fight right now, you'd probably still win on strength of champion, but it would be a much closer affair than you would expect looking at the map state, looking at how these teams have played the last few minutes.
There's the shuffle coming in. Yado flashing away, but they want to go under the tower. There's a lantern prepared. It's just going to be the tower. Oh, and Taki goes forward, hits the flay, and they get everything.
All right, I was a little bit confused, but BJ decides, I'm going to tank this tower, I'm going to kill this tower, and then I'm going to kill you, Yado. Hey, I think of you less of you than I do this tower. This is more important. Anyway, they get the kill, they get everything they want, and
Pun having a scrap. This only goes one way.
Artemis is here.
Oh, Artemis, there it is. There's the Fate's Call. The knockups are coming in. Husband with some ridiculous healing. Where did that come from?
God Drinker, baby!
Whoa!
God Drinker, baby, hits 3 and heals him right back up. Hadn't actually done enough, hadn't autoed pun recently enough to have Grievous Wounds on him. I can only imagine if that was through Grievous Wounds.
Through Grievous Wounds, just delete Aatrox. Oh my word. Speaking of the items, Liandry's on Azir. You always said this is the Luden's Azir patch. He's 43% win rate with Liandry's.
Yeah.
That's bad.
The only thing I can think of with why you really want Liandry's here is look at what you're hitting. You are hitting an Ornn. You are hitting an Udyr. You are hitting a set. You don't really need to be worrying about the backline until you've melted through the front line. So having that extra damage of like a Leandri's Demonic Embrace, that's probably fine. That's probably going to work out quite well for you. You're relying on a Riety as more of your damage threat. Hasmed is also going to be a huge monster in the backline as the game progresses. So
I can definitely see. I think that might be his logic, but it's a Callista. You are hitting the Callista.
Yeah. I think. Ooh. Yeah, I mean the interaction of Ludens with Azir is pretty ridiculous, but oh my god, Taki lands that hook.
Has been caught out as Taki is so good on this Thresh, and now it's the Frog Champ whipping them in. The 1 kill goes back to Callista, but it doesn't matter because Hasmed brings down the Darkened Blade and gets 3.
And with that, you've also blown Zhu Hao's flash. You can just turn onto this Baron, and that should be an easy one. They have to be a little bit careful. BJ has gone down, but if you're just baiting Zhu Hao and Pun to get the turn on them, get up some extra kills, but no, they're not even going to try. They're just conceding this Baron.
They have to. There's only 2 of them alive. They can't do anything.
You can at least attempt to steal. I guess there's no Blast Cone, but...
There's no Blast Cone. There's no Flash. No, they can't do anything. SGB just turned it around. Yado just completely chokes. This Zoe, what was he doing there? It is so easy to hook Zoe when she ults. It is like basic mechanics. You know Taki's not going to screw that up. He's way too good to make. But here's the thing.
It may not matter because look at the positioning on the map. They are in Cerberus are in position first for the Dragon Soul. They're already on it. SGB won't be able to get in time unless we see something miraculous out of BJ.
BJ just had a big old sleep. Didn't press the Ragnarok. There's the smite. That is Ocean Soul now secured. This is a really close game all of a sudden. Pun on the run. But he's got Ocean Soul. He's fine. Now, of course, something to keep in mind. Ocean Soul sucks. Compared to every other soul. It is the worst soul in the game, and I will die on that hill.
Mountain Soul's worst, in my opinion. But maybe. Here we see. Ocean Soul is much worse than last season. I will give you that, but it is still insanely strong in these fights, especially on tanks, because they get to stack their healing up so long for so long in the fights. You basically have to kill another person. And now we're just looking at Rono P a little bit caught. He's very tanky, so he's not going to be too threatened. But what this does open for SGB, if they've got the gold lead back, they're 3k ahead. It does mean that in 5 minutes there's going to be an Elder Dragon for them to potentially take and win fights even harder. As Froggy stuffed that so bad.
He goes way too deep. He goes gold. Yado cleans him up, and it's the battle of the mid lane chokes, apparently. As BJ has to press R and run away. There is a Sun Disc to retreat through, so I don't know if Cerberus is going to be able to hard charge, but they're definitely going to make a good show of it as Rono P moving forward with the big shield on the Haymaker. He gets out as well. The phase health coming in big. Oriety is down. Hasmed is zoned off by the bubble, and SGB are getting found. They're getting cleaned up, and they're losing their tower.
And look at Ron's health. It's just climbing straight back up there thanks to that Ocean Soul. He is completely okay with chasing into it. They take no damage, and what damage they do, they just heal straight back up. Fun taking tower a little bit too long, but another bubble gets another kill. They don't have the wave to take down this inhibitor turret, and Hasmed is the only one left with Baron trying to claw it back. This is disaster for SGB. But they're actually still ahead in gold because they just had so much coming off that Baron fight.
Yeah, good recognition there by Hasmed as well that he could sneak away that tower. Good stuff, picking up a little bit of standing gold.
And here we just see Froggy misses everyone, and is just instantly punished by Rono P. The CC is just too much that they can chase forever, especially with the Fate's Call set. It's just, they can't do anything. They cannot run away from Rono P and Artemis once they start losing, and they can't deal enough damage to get these executes down, which means Cerberus can keep on fighting. Rono P almost dies, but he doesn't, so he just gets to keep running in. Do whatever he wants.
Yeah, And set with Ocean Soul is quite disgusting. Combining that with Heart of the Half Beast, always good, as BJ was caught at the end, cleaned up. It was a huge swing by Cerberus. Can they keep it going?
And I mean, we have to say, we looked at this comp, but we forgot one main thing. Yado is actually pretty nuts on Zoe. One of our best in this region at the champion, and they've been landing great bubbles. They had that oopsie in the mid lane where they got caught by Thresh, and it was a big oopsie, but they are continuing to play most of these team fights extremely well.
Yep.
Now everything's off the map.
Yeah, but it's going to be Yado picking up this tower.
Yeah, everything major off the map. SGB sort of A-ramming.
I want to ask you a question. It's a bit more of a narrative question. We've had two big mid lane screw-ups so far. Both mid laners have choked to play under a tower. Yado and Froggy. Froggy most recently, of course, making a big mistake. How much do you think the difference in experience matters when it comes to the teams? Froggy, of course, is not a rookie. He's one of the SGB players that isn't a rookie, but he's surrounded by rookies.
This is also his...
It's only his. It's his first playoffs. It is his first trip to playoffs. Not true for Yado. He has played in playoffs before. Do you think there begins to be the bit of the shaky hands for the Buffalo as the game gets hard? Game 1 was easy. There's no nerves there. This is harder.
I don't necessarily think it has to be too much of an issue for them. I think they just fumbled. He just saw the play, but messed up his distances around the walls and bumped his head a little early before hitting the ultimate. So I don't think it's going to be a bit that sort of like, oh, we're tilting and we're just overreaching because we're losing. I think they should recognize, they should have Hasmed at the very least telling them, we have scaling. Yeah, we've lost Ocean Soul and that kind of sucks. But if we just hold out, win a fight around Baron, win a fight around Dragon, we can continue to siege up well. We can win these fights around objectives, hopefully. Especially if you manage to pick up Elder, you can ignore Ocean Soul entirely and just if you can get them into execute range. And Taki! Oh, he flops it!
There it is. Froggy using a wall to make some distance, but now he's caught in the middle of the enemy team. It is Ron OP leading the way. The first kill going over to Zuhao as Artemis is getting zoned out by Hasmed. This Hasmed is huge. He's a raid boss, and they're actually winning the fight. There's a lot of spears in Hasmed. He needs to rip them out. He's not getting the kills, though. This is like watching a TFT Callista. You're just praying that she eventually presses E. She has. It's not enough. Artemis now having to flash. Zuhao goes in. Lands a stun to save. But the spear from downtown into the throat of Aphelios. The moon is silent.
And you were starting to see the issues of Cerberus' comp. They weren't able to get on top of Variety. So much peel. And Hasmed is taking up all the focus of the backline. However, that last spear means Cerberus end up winning the fight. It means they get to collapse onto this Elder Dragon and pick that up. And that means the next fight around the Baron should be a lot easier for them.
Might have won them the game.
Yeah, it looks like it. Unless Froggy can get a miraculous steal off. But that bubble has zoned him out.
BJ's close. He has flash. Oh, no, it's 50-50.
No, there's a Callista.
Of course, there's a Callista. You're completely correct, Marby. That's why you're the analyst and I'm the play-by-play. I got two hyphy. Elder secured. Cerberus with Soul and Elder. Let's have a look at this fight.
And look at how much damage they're doing to the front line is SGB, but the back line, Yado and Artemis aren't quite able to do the damage to Ariety. They blow up Froggy early, and a good hook from Taki secures the kill onto Yado, which means both mid lanes dead, and Ariety is just untouched by Artemis until right here. Okay, not right there, but coming up. It comes up shortly. And you see it, yeah, just instant Q into a pops him, and that turns into an Elder Dragon. That means they should have full control over the Baron, because look at how close that fight was. Without it, you really cannot hope to win against it.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. And Hasmed, he is huge. 5-1 on the Aatrox, has the Sterix, has the Spirit Visage.
Seeing a little bit of Grievous Wounds coming out. Still lacking that on Ariety right now, which is Which should be okay, but if Froggy dies too early, your main applicator from there is Hasmed, and I don't know if that's going to be quite enough to cut through the Ocean Drake plus all the standard healing in the kit, especially for Artemis, who's going to be maxing out his lifesteal. But that's both major buffs over to Cerberus. They should be able to set up sieges and take down a couple of inhibitors, unless Buffalo managed to play the map well and keep them pushed in quite. Never mind. Words are hard.
All right. Yeah, words are hard. I mean, this is sort of the sort of two ways you can go with an Elder buff. You can use your Elder buff to secure a Baron, but typically that's all it'll get you. By the time the waves are pushed in and the Baron minions are actually near the inhibitors, the Elder buff will be gone. So they really only have the Baron to actually siege onto the inhib. There is a lot of wave clear. There's the Ornhorn being blown. Rono P doesn't go over the wall. The commitment's not there. Look at that hook straight onto Yado. They're onto Husband. There's a massive shutdown over onto Artemis. Rono P on the front line tanks that Infernum ultimate.
These
and now
hooks, man.
it's SGB on the run. Taki has heat seekers on those hooks, but the inhib is secured and Cerberus are inching their way towards victory.
Yeah, these hooks are really good, but they don't have the ability to follow up. Froggy has to use the wall for disengage, isn't able to sort of scoop the team at the tower, which, you're not really wanting to while there's an Elder, but that's now gone. Now they can look for something once Hasmed spawns. Unfortunately that's a blue ward, so they can't teleport to it. That one ward off near the Wolf Pit is Hasmed's only real flank angle, and that's going to be cleared out. Or not, but
second tower.
It's very telegraphed at the very least.
Yeah, and I think that's something that SGB are running into is this is a terrible build from Froggy. There's no other way to put it. He doesn't do damage. This is it. He ults, that's it.
Yeah. And
he doesn't do damage. Ariety is 100% of SGB's damage.
He really, I don't agree necessarily with the Zonya's build. I think if you're going Leandrix, you double down and build the Demonic Embrace and go for the sort of tank shredding build. Try and punch through those. Now you have the Blighted Jewel, so you're going to cut through a little bit more of that magic resist. But you're right. His main purpose in this fight is to get these big ultimates off and then do a little bit of extra damage to try and facilitate Ariety getting into the execute range. But he's not able to do that. They're not picking the fights on their terms. He's getting poked out before he can really go, and he's not able to find these angles to sweep Artemis into the waiting arms of Ariety's DPS, and now they can just sort of run down with what shouldn't be great siege, looking at how low a range they have, but they have so much threat from Pun and Yado that's a tank onto the Udyr. It's not going to do anything.
I was more looking at the damage that Taki took, actually. But
yeah.
Aatrox,
and
big hit.
And so with Yado's and Pun's ability to sort of siege up, this short range from Artemis isn't going to be too detrimental. It does slow it down and means they're probably going to have to wait for the next Baron to actually hit the turrets. But at 1 minute, and can SGB win the fight around this Elder Dragon, or can they at least not fluff their positioning and get there and make an actual contest of it?
Yeah. It's going to be difficult as 45 seconds is the timer. Cerberus probably
Callista's full build, by the way.
Yes, they don't need to reset, as that is that full build Callista. The ornaments are coming in thick and fast as well as the Wormfall and Sacrifice. That's not Wormfall and Sacrifice. I forgot what the shield bow upgrade is. But there are 3 turbocharged experiments, because this is level 17 Ornn. Absolutely massive.
Yeah. He's upgraded everyone on his team. They are all ready to go. They are... so even though it only looks like about a 4 to 5k gold lead, as Froggy gets forced out by yet another bubble from Yado, he's just slamming these into the side of SGB. Now they really can't actually contest this dragon. They are getting poked out too much.
Yeah, this is a really interesting way for Cerberus to be playing this composition. Where they are clearly a fight comp, but they are using the Zoe poke so well. They get the Ragnarok, they get most of the health bar. Pun in the front line, he calls in the Forge God. There's the double knock up. There's a wall though.
Disgusting!
Them out. It holds them back for merely a moment. Oh, the Aphelios ult completely misses, and now it's SGB on the run. Cerberus has pulled the trigger. Yano comes in with the big snipe. Paddle Star up the Aphelios. That's easy. They are wiping them out, taking them down. SGB have been headed off at the pass, and that is going to be Cerberus walking it down mid lane, and we're playing a best of 3.
They don't need it. They don't need the Elder Dragon to win the fights. They just take it anyway. They play their poke beautifully. They find their targets and they crush SGB early to late all across the game.
Easy peasy. I don't know about that, but it was dominant for Cerberus as they take it down. They move to 1-1. They fight back. These two boxers are squared up and ready to go the distance. But it's SGB that need to find a way off the ropes and back into the fight. We'll be back in not too long with the VCS English Analyst Desk. Don't go anywhere. We've got 3 games left potentially. I hope we have 3. See you soon.
what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons and tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches. Come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd. They're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride. Turning the
Welcome back to game 3, I guess, in a few minutes. But first, let's talk about game 2, because Cerberus equalized the series. They came back after a devastating loss in game 1. They adapted the draft to a very un-Cerberus-like composition for the most part, but some outstanding things, of course, we're going to touch on a little bit later. But first, we have a series on our hand, as people like to say. I hate that phrase, but I still used it. And now, unfortunate. What and why did Cerberus win this game? Let's start with Clockwork.
So as I mentioned in the pre-game, Cerberus finally managed to get their plan going. Focus everything on the Artemis, give him a good lane. With the early dive even, I didn't expect that much of a focus, but they managed to give everything to Artemis. And when that was achieved, every team fight that they had was much more comfortable. Add to it Yado's Zoe comfort pick, and every fight was what we wanted to see from Cerberus.
And for the other side, SGB looking pretty rough, especially in the early game. I think now that we have seen 2 games, the cracks are maybe starting to show for BJ. 2 not so great games, even though he's usually a very strong early game jungler. Rebel, are you getting scared for BJ and the boys for SGB?
I think there's something to talk about this game, which is like, all right, so Righty and Taki did not have the best of laning phase. It kind of got bullied, and that teleport to bot side was what cemented the 5-man play to bottom side. And at first, I was like, okay, BJ's having another really bad game. BJ had a surprisingly adequate mid game where he was able to strike in a few very key locations to get gold back into the favor of Saigon Buffalo. But what bled them out more than anything was dragon control from the side of Cerberus. So the Ocean Soul, as powerful as it isn't, or as bad as Everyday would want to classify that Dragon Soul, it was something that changed completely the landscape of this game, because all of a sudden a composition that doesn't have the greatest scaling now has all of this regeneration and burst healing to try to get through. And I think also BJ didn't play the top side enough. Hosmed walked out of the early game with 4 kills, as we'll get a chance to see in just a second, but somehow that still didn't feel like enough pressure to put towards this Aatrox, especially with how poorly their bottom side did.
And another thing that changed the game greatly is the team fight we're going to look at in a few seconds. So just take a look at the scoreboard. We're actually 3k ahead for SGB, and this is where it all falls apart. Take it away.
Yeah, keep your eye on Froggy right here. I think this is kind of a poor position for these soldiers to go into, because you're going to see he's going to come in to try to get a shove in, which is what his whole intention was, and he threw it just half of a second too early. I think if you put it over the wall and go over the back of the wall, you end up scooping 3 members, and this looks very different. But instead, Azir goes down with no wall to be able to separate the front line, and all of a sudden this low-range composition, while their tower is getting sieged down by these cannon minions, now start to get a chance to run forward, because there's nothing preventing them from running forward. Ron P finds a nice little snag right here, and the rest of the composition's able to follow suit. Also, Yado at this point was 1-2-1, but Yado all game was disgusting with this Zoe, hitting paddle stars and bubbles all over the place. Hosmed never got a chance to access this fight, and from this point, all you saw was Cerberus dub after Cerberus dub in every single fight, off the back of not only Froggy's poor build, but also inability to find any scoops with the Azir ultimate, and then also Hosmed eventually just ends up getting completely outpaced by the likes of Kalista and Yado when it comes to DPS in fights.
And before we go into maybe the intangibles of range advantages we talked about in draft as well, I quickly wanted to point out that with the whole Ocean Soul thing, Ocean Soul and On are basically two things that give you gold advantage, right? On just through his items, but Ocean Soul then also because it forces the enemy team to build the anti-healing items, which once they come in, Ocean Soul basically becomes useless. That's why I really don't like it in the late game. But at 22 minutes, when the enemy team doesn't have the gold to invest into multiple anti-healing items, and you lose the fight this badly, then suddenly the Ocean Soul looks super strong and all your bruisers get to be almost unkillable. But let's quickly talk about the ranged thing, because of course we too like to focus on that clockwork. It was a big range disadvantage for Cerberus, and they still won. Why?
So in my opinion, the range differential comes into play and becomes effective when you are the first one to take position. Therefore, your enemies cannot access the zone that you are sieging, basically. That never happened for Saigon Buffalo. They never had real priority. They never were the ones taking place and setting up the objective first. When it was Cerberus doing that, the range wasn't enough. They didn't have enough engage to take advantage of that range. And that also adds to Froggy and Ariety not really pumping out enough damage for the fight. So priority enables range. You can have range winning without the priority.
I think one important part to add is also that for some reason, one skill shot, every single fight, there was one skill shot circumventing all the setup from Saigon Buffalo and hitting Ariety. It was bubbles multiple times and then a pedal star here and there, then the spear once in the game as well. So it almost worked for them. It looked scary for Cerberus in the mid game, but in the end, they come out on top. Rebel, we were all molding on the desk while watching this game and watching what unfolded in front of our eyes and the inventory of Froggy on his Azir. Why did we hate it so much?
So there's a lot of ways to play Azir, right? There's the primary way, which is what you were describing in of course, the chat, which is like Lunens, Nashers, usually penetration comes in somewhere in there. Actually, I really like Crystal, which is the component for Void Staff, ahead of Nashers before you go into attack speed cooldown with the Stinger and things like that. There's a lot of reasons for that. That, to me, is optimal build.
No
then
Stinger
you have
in the
tank
game
treading
anymore.
build. Oh, Stinger doesn't exist. My bad. I don't know why they removed that. My apologies. But Nashers, it's been a while. Either way, then there's also, like, you have Leandry's into Demonic Embrace, which was described by Mobby, which was proper because you think about, okay, they've got Udyr, they've got Set, they've got Ornn.
Fair.
People that you can hit with soldiers and do damage. And the tick damage also reduces Common's cooldown, so at minimum, you're putting out some more DPS into higher health targets. It's not as good, but especially for a lane where you take Comet in first place to try to get that, it is at least something to use the keystone for into the later stages of the game. But unfortunately, Froggy did neither of those things and instead opts for Leandry's, which is the wrong choice if you're going to go for this, and then into Zhonya's, because eventually all he was an alt bot. And there were also 4 fights where those ultimates were just completely misused or used in an improper way. So if you're going to do that, don't. That's all I'm going to say. I think that's the best way to describe how Froggy should play Azir.
And I think Froggy really doubled down on the I'm an engage bot playstyle, which then makes me think, why don't you just play an engage champ instead? Play Galio. Like, he's 3 times the engage Azir can offer, and Azir is such a strong backline carry as well. Can you please then play him backline carry? To quickly actually finish my point from earlier, because I didn't have the time on task, of course, to tell everyone why Ludens is so strong on Azir right now. So there was a patch where Azir got nerfed 10 damage off his soldier damage throughout the game, which actually dropped him really low in win rate. And almost all pros actually dropped Azir, especially in Europe. But then they discovered, or rediscovered, I guess, the interaction of Ludens getting 1 stack, or so 10 stacks of Ludens for every single auto attack of a soldier. So if you have 3 soldiers on the field, and you auto attack with 3 soldiers at the same time with 2 attack speed, you get to Ludens procs insanely quickly. So you kind of have to build Ludens to get to the same power level again. So if you skip the Ludens, the champ is actually just bad. It is just a weak champion. So I think if you don't want to go for the Ludens Azir, just go for a different champion. Victor is open. He's a very strong late game champion as well. There are other mages you could go for. We have seen the Vel'Koz. I'm really unhappy seeing Azir still be the crutch pick and then looking so weak for no apparent reason but bad itemization. But yeah, sorry. Of course, there was a little bit of an analyst your way coming in. I'm sorry, I'm the host today. I
No
should
worries.
not do this. Just one small step into that one again. But let's take a quick look at the last draft before we go into this third draft. Oh, never mind. No time for that. Let's head straight into game number 3 draft. Saigon Buffalo on blue side again. We have Cerberus on red side, all 3 games so far. And now Saigon Buffalo is the one that have to think about the last game. Do they want to go full late game again? Do they go back to their bread and butter early game style through BJ? Or do they come up with something different?
If I'm I would like them to more or less go with the same composition, except for this year, because I think that Froggy has much better champions in his pool, and the composition could have been played also in an early to mid game fashion, if not for the Azir when going for the haphazard plays.
Yeah, first, like, they gave Tristana and they gave Udyr in exchange for, I can't remember who it was off the top of my head. Was it Olaf? Is that who they picked first last time? I feel like that's not...
Thresh first and then Olaf.
Oh, it's Thresh. That's what it was. It was Thresh that got picked first. Which is fine, like, Thresh is a great champion, but, like, you're giving away Tristana to... Oh, wait, you didn't pick Tristana last time. My apologies. I was trying to get to the fact that they should probably be taking Udyr, and that's where they ended up. So I didn't get to that point, but thankfully, eventually they did it for me.
So this time we see a little bit of change of pace. We go for Udyr first. Like BJ Udyr, very strong. But what does Cerberus do now? They had 2 Udyr games in a row. Lilia is banned and Hecarim is banned too. So this one, exciting. Volibear, do we see it here?
Thresh.
Clockwork, do you like Volibear? From just the observing perspective, watching some EU games, is Volibear something you want to see more in this league?
Absolutely yes, because Volibear has this thing that turns off towers. That makes for very exciting dives at all moments in the game, and I love the action. It just basically is a pick that enables dives. It's not being played so much in VCS, but I'm glad that Cerberus are putting it out. You can still be both for Pan and Shuhao. I think it will be jungler, but I'm glad that someone is pulling the bear out of the sleep.
And there she is, Tristana, finally in the hands of Variety, or maybe Froggy, you never know. Rebel, what do you want to do for SGB in this game, or what would you want to do as Ren? Coming off a tough loss with some underperformances from some of your players, just go back to standard, or try some off-meta strategy here?
I think you're looking better already, because first off, you've removed Zuhao from what's been working for Zuhao over the first couple of games, and now Volibear, I think, is not something they played a ton during the regular split, so maybe something they have less practice on. Rel, also really good pick and very good for Taki. I'm pretty sure he's undefeated on the champion up to this point, so I believe that was also true of Thresh last game, though, so I'm not going to bank on that being the fact. But I also do like Tristana being in here. As you said, it's a flex pick, but even more so, I think it's more powerful than what they had in the previous game with that, with the Aphelios that's going to be coming in. So now they have the ability to aggress on bot side. You've got some roaming potential from Rel to be able to aggress against the rest of the map. You've got this Udyr who's capable of power farming, where BJ's kind of been doing that for some of the series and still has the ability to interact. Now it's about getting Hosbed and Froggy that proper lane setup and grabbing yourself something that can team fight really well. I was going to say Gnar was something that was great in game 1, but of course Cerberus is having none of that.
But here, sneakily, there's actually a very important pick coming in. Cerberus showing Jinx. And you might say, yeah, well, they have the best AD carry in the league and Jinx is super strong. That's true, but he hasn't played Jinx all season. This is the first game for Artemis on Jinx. That is a really good time to bring it out, and if he can perform and carry his team to victory, this already looks like a very scary front-to-back team composition. Wow, we finally get to see the Artemis Jinx, and I suppose, Clockwork, you're very excited to see this.
Absolutely. I had it in my notes that Jinx would have been was going to be a very contentious pick because Variety loves her and Artemis never played it. Opposite for the Tristana, Artemis loves the champion and Variety played her to little success. Now we have Saigon Buffalo going for a kill lane, very aggressive, so they want to change their playstyle. But Cerberus has a counter pick in the trash and Jinx to pair with it. Not only that, they are also fielding. Okay,
Clockwork, sorry. There's more important things than Jinx here. Rebel, what are these solo laners for Saigon Buffalo?
First off, incredible, to say the least. I don't know how great this composition is as a back to front, but you're thinking like, okay, you've got Tristana, you've got Yone, you've got Aurelia, you've got a ton of dive to play with in the earlier stages. I do like that they're playing the Hosmed, who's been dominating the series.
Oh yes. I actually expect a lane swap here. I think Hosmed is going to go mid lane and Froggy is going to free farm top lane.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked about that. Also, Cerberus bad. No Syndra. Bad champion. Get it out of my sight. I don't want that. You blind Yone. Like, Yone exists. Why would you pick Syndra here? There's no reason to pick Syndra. You're going to get bullied.
So, do you then also predict Saigon Buffalo to win this game, Rebels?
Yes.
Of course you do. And on the other side, Clockwork. Is your faith restored in Cerberus? Do you believe in this front-to-back team composition with a useless mage in the mid lane?
No, Jinx is not enough in the late game. Saigon Buffalo is gonna stomp mid game, as in game 1.
Wow, those are strong words. I am personally very excited to look at Hosmed on Aurelia. Today he's maybe the best player on the whole Rift, eclipsing all his rookies beside him and really leading them to potentially a serious victory. This will be the series-defining game, most likely. Game 3 coming up right now.
One to one. And we continue on. The series is close. The games have been great. Both teams have come out of the draft with what looks like a blind pick comp for both of them. Cerberus very happy with all 5. SGB, I believe, feeling the same. Froggy, back on the Yone. We saw what he could do in game 1. Can he do the same in game 3? My name is Everyday. With me, as always, is my good friend Marbanogi. What are these teams? What are we doing in this early game?
What are we doing in this early game? SGB are hoping to smash lanes as much as they can. It's going to be a little bit more difficult with the up against the Syndra because she just sort of naturally wins the lane, especially up against a melee matchup. But once you get out of the middle, once you get out of that really early laning phase, it's really good. It's really easy for SGB. You see Jinx, you kill Jinx. It's a good plan. Simple, easy to remember. You just do that. And once you do that, Syndra's not going to do anything. Volibear is probably your next most threatening thing, and he's full tank. So just kill Jinx. And you have Yone Aurelia. You should be killing Jinx.
It's not quite that easy, though. Jinx with a lot of protection. The Thresh is there as long as they stand separate. It should be pretty hard to lock both of them down. Artemis getting a good trade. Going lethal tempo Jinx, the correct rune. No, I will not give you a chance to respond.
I only do it to upset you.
I know, but I'm doing it to upset you back. We have a normal relationship. We're friends, I promise.
Very standard stuff, and the early level 2 coming out from Cerberus is actually very good for them. They have that, can make use of that early harass from Thresh to sort of bully around that bot wave and get that experience lead. That's going to give them pressure, keep SGB from making these aggressive plays early. They still have the option, of course. They have a very strong all-in, especially once level 3 comes around. So look for that level spike to see if they really try something different. Try and make something happen onto Artemis, especially it looks like they've already tried it onto Ron OP, but that's actually no, it looks like it was the other way around. They've blown both summoners from Variety, so I think it was a good hook out of Ron that turned it around, but now BJ's here first.
Fantastic play, the Rel goes forward, Ron OP is 100% dead. Eventually, he does go down, but now the teleports have called, so it is going to be flashes forward.
Oh, that's
Syndra with a massive stun. Froggy is taken off of the map. Zuhao finds his way out, and it's a late teleport. Aurelia will be joining the play. There's the flawless duet. The bear is going to get skinned. It's a flash forward though, and now it's another teleport as the Ram is coming in. It's a zoological disaster in the bot lane as Artemis is whipping the shots in, will get the first kill, gets excited, but can't find a Righty quite yet.
Yeah, 2 for 2 overall, but the low health bars on SGB meant that they ended up leaving Husman out to dry when he went in to kill Juhao. But they do walk away slightly ahead to SGB with that first blood. They get the turn onto Ron OP. The flash from him a little bit late, and from here I think you just need to call it off. The good turnaround from Froggy, you just take the 1-for-1, I think. These 2 late teleports are very, very interesting because look, Husmet, you will be going in alone. You only have Taki at a reasonable health to try and defend you, but look, as soon as that teleport comes in, they have to turn away instantly. They have no health.
The thing is, I think the call from Husmed was that Ornn couldn't answer because of the wave state, but he did actually manage to clear out enough. We come straight back in, and it's Ram and Bear coming in on an Ionian. It's a good flawless duet, though, living up to its name. But Husmed, you've still got a long way to run. But with Froggy coming in, he's going to do it. Ankles have been broken.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. This top jungle from Cerberus, they were never going to work well together. It's Volibear and Ornn. They hate each other. They want nothing to do with each other, so they can't team up to kill the Irelia despite their best efforts. And the roam coming out from Froggy shall secure an exit. Never mind.
Husmed went back forward. He's caught out, and it will be the gods putting aside their differences for now.
Yeah,
to take down the most annoying top laner in the game.
I'm not sure why Husmed continue to hang around. Again, these SGB are just sort of making calls, Husmed in particular, just making calls to stick around with low health bars, and it's really biting them. Cerberus are winning these early game health trades, which somewhat to be expected with just the sort of base stats. They have quite a lot of them. Especially on the top side, you have 2 tanks, and I don't know what to tell you. They tend to win early games quite a lot, as in the 2v2. But I just think, steps too far up, gets caught out by the CC. BJ has no mana and can't really help out, and it's a good lead for Cerberus at the 6-minute mark, and they, in theory, have a bit more of an outscaling composition.
Big time, I think.
A little bit of a much easier to execute one at the very least, but we see BJ hovering around, but on a ward. So,
and it's so hard for Udyr to actually gank this bot lane. There's chompers, there's a hook, there's a flay, there's a box. Realistically, Udyr can only force them back. He should never be able to land a stun.
No, they really should have no means of getting into that, and that's why Jinx is so damn good into this meta. She completely can just shut down Udyr if she's able to respond fast enough and block it off with the chompers. It's a little bit harder for something like a Hecarim who can just use the ult to get over it, but BJ just has to run at you, and if there are chompers in the way, especially in the early stages where you don't have that ridiculous movement speed buff of the chem tank to go alongside it.
Yado, good stun there. Pushes Froggy away. Flashing forward, Froggy doesn't have time to actually convert this damage as he's ripped back to the soul. It's a flash for a flash in the mid. Oh, Yado, whoa. You calm down, buddy. Back up. Back it up. Back up, son. Back up.
He's just playing with them at this point. They can't do anything. It was a flash for flash, but with the Fate Seal going one, and of course returning back to the soul, it's just easy for Yado. By rights, they didn't need to expend anything to get that flash, but they ended up wasting it. So BJ's flash coming up off cooldown very shortly, so should be looking to make another play happen. He can't really go bot there with SGB shoved onto tower. Froggy's dead.
Yeah, Froggy is dead. Zuhao looking really good on this Volibear. I'd actually like to see him picking it more. The VCS seems to have a very weird read on Volibear, sort of picking him as a second string jungler, while other regions have been picking him over the Udyr. And I like that. I actually think Volibear is very, very strong on 11-6.
Yeah, I think they are both they're both about the same power level in my opinion. It's just one Volibear's that's a little bit stronger early game, but BJ has more ability to slap stuns out in late game, so has the edge there. But what happens here? I can only assume it's just a stun into CC. It's
just actually very smart there.
Great prediction from Zhuhao to predict when he's going to jump back to that E and lands it beautifully. Pops up the kill. Just very, very nice stuff out of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Froggy was really doing. Just kind of overextending a little bit for Poke. He is now 0-2-0. We are kind of seeing the other side of the Froggy Yone when it doesn't work. Game 1 was amazing. Game 2 so far has been a bit of a wet fart, and no one likes that.
No, and a large part of why Cerberus have been so successful in this early game is just the complete vision denial coming out on their side. There is no wards down for SGB. They can't get any vision down. So when they try and make plays, they're completely shut off because BJ is spotted. When Zhuhao goes to make a play, he gets in completely unnoticed. Now we're going to see BJ try and go for something, but look, Yado knows he's there because they had so much vision control in the river. He could just guess after seeing him clear wards. He was like, well, he's probably gone up. He's probably hanging around this bush. Just throw Q in, throw an orb in there, make sure nothing's gone wrong. And Froggy can try and harass on the tower all he likes, but he's going to take the worst of it going that deep for no reason.
He takes the worst of the damage, but he actually did deny 1 or 2 minions. So it's not... Actually, I don't mind that out of Froggy. I think that's fine. Ariety lurking in the brush. This is still a very deadly kill lane if they can get on top of Artemis for long enough with the Magnet Storm and the Satchel Charge.
Yep, they've gone in for it.
Of which, there it is, but the Buster Shot's just a little bit too early. Artemis does not go down. Ariety flashed forward. I don't know if he has a jump reset. It looks like he does, as he does manage to get away from Zhuhao. The teleport's coming in. Oh, Pun, you are in the wrong side of town. He can't click the lantern. The teleport was too deep, and Huzmed gets the kill.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Being able to punish Pun's deep teleport. They're able to collapse first, they're able to collapse hard, and that bomb does end up going off, so Ariety does have the reset to get away from Zhuhao despite blowing all the summoners in the attempt. It is just going to be that one kill, and 3 out of 4 teleports are down, so Cerberus, they have the teleport advantage on Yado, so if they want to make things happen, they have the ability. And look at this swap coming out from Cerberus. They've decided to give up this dragon entirely. They don't want to fight that. They want to just let Jinx sort of free farm in this top lane, scale into the late, and they're more than happy going 1-1 on early Drakes. Though Infernal, that's a very nice Drake for SGB to be picking up early with their composition.
It is a nice single drag, but getting some gold on the Jinx from these tower plates, keeping Huzmed down. He does have those 2 kills. Zhuhao
that's
is
the
here
Rift
with
Herald.
Herald. Yeah, and Huzmed has to get the hell out of here. It's a Volibear. You can't mess with that.
Oh, here's the collapse though.
Yeah, Froggy and Taki coming in. There's the Yone ult, but there's an immediate teleport. Yado will be joining this fight, and the hook from RonOP grabs Huzmed out of the air. The tower is turned off by Zhuhao. The dragon secured for SGB, but this is going to be first brick going over to Cerberus, and can they actually get it? Oh, wow. They'll have to get it on the next wave. It's fine. The next wave is coming. They'll still get it. Artemis will get excited and run away. He gets solo gold of this first brick. This Jinx is big.
Yeah, and huge hero plays from RonOP, completely shutting down that engage. And look, Pun's built up the Thornmail and that bomb. He's even more than tanky enough to just stand in front of Variety and stop them from getting anything back on that bot side. They get the dragon, yeah, but that's nothing in the grand scheme of things.
Yado in a bit of trouble, but Zhuhao there to defuse the bomb.
BJ just running past for moral support. Probably could have picked up Yado there.
Well, he did stun him. He was on top of him. Didn't actually deal lethal damage though.
It looked to me like he just sort of ran past the bot tower. So, anyway, nothing comes from that. They get a bit of harass down. They force him out of lane, but Froggy also has to back. So, very basic trade going on over there. Nothing coming from that. So no victories for SGB. This should, in theory, favor Cerberus. They are slightly ahead, coming up on 15 minutes, and we've said they're normally behind even in their wins. So, well, in their wins, they're only about a K ahead, and that's roughly where they're at here. So, there's all signs are looking good for Cerberus.
Yeah, for sure. But SGB, we can't count them out. They still have a very explosive composition. Husmed is 2-2 on this Irelia. He's going to be a big threat in the side lane. And if you do remember, when they played against Team Secret, Husmed won them the game on the Irelia. Do you remember the play I'm talking about? It was the teleport where he came in, hit all 5 with the ult, and got a quadra kill and ran away. I
mean, I'm aware that happened.
It was pretty pog.
There are a lot of games.
He is an extremely talented Irelia player. Husmed has the X factor to put SGB on his back, and this Irelia does not fall off. This is a very powerful pick as the game continues, but it is going to require some heroics.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think as we approach that late game, we are going to be looking at this Irelia, at this unit, and hold on that thought.
There's a catch. Artemis goes down. That's the Jinx removed. Zhu Hao is too tanky with the ultimate to be taken out, but that is a big pick up there for SGB.
And that's sort of a precursor to what my point was going to be when looking at these dive champions to jump in and delete this Jinx, because once they do that, as the game progresses, Syndra's going to be doing less and less. These tanks are going to be doing less and less in terms of damage. And if they can jump in and blow up Artemis immediately, that should be a one-team fight for SGB. And here they blow them up. Here they get the Rift Herald. And now they can look to try and break open another turret in something in the mid lane, most preferably to get that deep vision in, set up wards for Husmed and Froggy to get onto so they can make these collapses and blow up Artemis and win the fight.
And that feels like a little bit of laziness or complacency, which pick your word, coming in from Artemis. Just, he hasn't been threatened for a while, so he was just like, whatever. We're playing this one slowly. Yeah, it's like on Buffalo. They don't take their eye off the ball. They're always going to take the opportunity if it presents itself. And speaking of opportunities presenting itself, it's Pun in the top lane, and it's Husmed with a kill.
Yeah, just overextending, not respecting Irelia's damage. She has that Blade of the Rune King, which means she's going to start shredding through these tanks. And, okay, where Pun's gone for the... Pun's got a little bit ahead of himself. He's feeling very confident, and he's built himself the Aegis, which is a lot of damage, but it provides no utility. I guess you do kind of want extra damage up against that sort of one, when you are the one damage threat of the Jinx, but I feel like you're better off just going into the Iceborne Gauntlet and just trying to keep your Jinx alive. Frozen Fist, sorry, new items. Why change the name? Anyway, Iceborne, go for the Frostfire. Just stand on top of your Jinx and make sure she's able to survive. I think that is the correct play for Pun rather than going for this Aegis, which is more damage, which isn't going to help you out all that much.
Yeah. As BJ lurking on the side. As just a bit of an ARAM at the moment. Both teams ready to strike should any mistakes be made.
And look where Frog is positioning, just hovering deep into the river. He was poking his head towards the blue buff, and I think he's gone to shove this wave out, but I would have much preferred if he sort of lurked a little bit more into that top side. Made sure that if Cerberus went to contest down the river, they have wards on their flank, so they would have spotted him, but it would have ruined their positioning around Cerberus, around the dragon, to try and defend it. Now it's SGB who are kind of spread out and not really in a comfortable position. Taki scored.
Taki, the follow-up from Yado, but over the wall.
Good
goes
W.
The Rel. Well done. The dismount works. Has to do the poo-poo waddle to rejoin the team, though.
Technically, this works out better because you kind of want to be in that dismount for the flash. Engage, but is forced to sort of remount.
SGB starting up the the dragon, pulling Cerberus close. Alright, he used the cleanse as well. Cerberus still as this strong 5-man core. In goes Froggy. He only hits one. He doesn't have a soul to go back to. Has to immediately flash. And the hook from Ron OP finds a Riety. But Taki turns it around. Here we go. It's Taki and Husmed linking up. It's a double kill for the Irelia. BJ on the run. Husmed trying to heal up off the dragon. There's a teleport into the back lines. It's Froggy. The Frog Champ arrives. Can he get forward onto this one? Punt incredibly low. He goes down to the ninja, the samurai, as Froggy goes under the tower. It's Artemis firing back strong. Does he have access to Super Mega Death Rocket? No, he doesn't. He's just trying to deal damage. Can he get excited? No, he'll be taken down. And it's SGB Ace.
SGB coming up big in the team fights, the place that should be Cerberus's bread and butter, but it's SGB coming in, finding these angles. Hasmed and Taki. Taki brings them all into one place, and Hasmed's able to knock down the stragglers on the edges, and then they win the fight off of that. Artemis actually manages to survive the majority of it, but the front line cannot hold up to the menace that is Hasmed. He's got 2 items completed. No mythic, but you don't really need a mythic as Irelia. You're just that good. And let's see, it looks kind of sketchy as Froggy goes in too early, but he's able to get out, which is important later on. And Taki takes this front line away, and Ron OP is just removed from the map by Hasmed. They're able to get this dragon off of it. This lets Hasmed heal up, lets him re-engage the fight after Froggy's teleport, and they just clean it up from here. It's a little bit messy, but they juggle the turret extremely well, and they're able to pick it up despite nice attempts from Yado getting that stun onto Hasmed away. It's just very nice turret juggling on that final dive. They play the team fight extremely well. That gets them the dragon, that gets them gold, that gets them a turret, and gives them pressure to just keep pushing into this jungle, set up more these flanks, as I mentioned earlier. They haven't got the mid lane turret, but with both outer lane turrets going down, they still have that access.
That they do, and Husmed has picked up a Sterix gauge now. This Irelia continues to grow bigger and bigger. I'm sure he'll eventually go into that Immortal Shield, though. Actually, he might go for something different in this one. We'll have to find out. I think the Shield Bow is pretty. Shield Bow is pretty broken on Irelia.
If I believe we're still on 11-6 in this playoffs, so it will most likely be that Shield Bow. Come 11-7, you see a bit more Triforce, but
hooked. A lot of damage going in onto the Udyr. Yeah. There comes the big volley ult, and it's an Udyr for the mid tower. I think that's silly from BJ. You get that tower regardless. There's no need to be that far forward.
Yeah, good hook from Ron OP to set that up, and because it is the jungler, that does open the potential to threaten Baron from Cerberus. They don't really want to be too aggressive with it after using a couple of ultimates, like especially Zhuhao's. But they could choose to threaten it, and I don't know. I think SGB are being a little bit too cowardly here, not really stepping up and trying to threaten this dive. They've lost their main dive tool in the Zhuhao ultimate. That's is on the other side of the map being dealt with.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it does look like a Triforce for the Irelia.
It does actually look like a Triforce with her bound. So. Going a bit more of the more, I feel like this is a little bit more side lane focus from Hasmed. You get a bit more damage. It can help you cut down pun a little bit easier. Lets you outplay with more movement speed. Actually, that's not even the case on this match. That's next match. So yeah, comfort, I suppose, having practiced a lot on live. I don't know. I definitely think Immortal Shield Bow is definitely still the way to go on this patch. So, interesting choice, but
could also be Stridebreaker. That'd be Pog. We'll have to find out. There's still
does Stridebreaker build out of Kindle Gem?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. We'll see.
They build very similarly, but we'll find out. Hasmed is going to be a good one to watch, as we do have level 13 coming in from Pun. This Ornn so far not been super impressive out of him. But as the XP builds up, he obviously just naturally becomes more useful. It's not super hard to just give your AD carry some items.
You say that. I've played with some ones.
Oh, Taki comes over the wall. It's a lot of damage into the Froggy follow-up. That's going to be an instant ult out of Zuhao. He has to do it to survive. Artemis on the run. That is Cerberus routed from the mid lane. SGB in full control.
Such a great wombo combo, and it is going to net them a dragon because they managed to chunk the jungler so low. And, yep, they blocked the Jinx rocket. They did their due diligence, but... Unfortunately, they jumped it all onto the tank, so they weren't able to pick up the kills alongside it. They can't instantly rotate that towards the Baron either. But it's a small victory. They puts them onto Soul Point. They can pick up the Ocean Soul next game. In 5 minutes, not next game. Maybe in next game. Who knows? That's a while away. And SGB closer and closer to the finish line.
It's interesting because when we talk about the royalty of the VCS, most players are on Garm. Let's be real. Kiaya is the king of the top lane. Levi, he's the king of the jungle. In many people's mind, Cardi is the king of the mid lane. But apparently, this series, the Duke of Edinburgh of the bot lane is Artemis. But unfortunately, as we all know, he died. Artemis is getting owned this series. He's not popping off. He's not popping off. He's dead. He's a corpse.
Yeah, okay, but too soon, man.
There's no such thing. The man was 99. He died 10 years ago. You'll never convince me otherwise.
Okay, moving swiftly along. Moving swiftly along, Zuhao was kind of caught down in the jungle, but he's going to ult away. It's fine. They now have full control of this jungle. They've ruined Zuhao's ability to get into the pit. Now SGB should just be looking to start up this dragon. Not dragon, Baron. What is Baron but a bigger dragon? Who knows? The purple worm is now under fire. What can Cerberus do to really contest? They really are relying on a Jinx ultimate, I think, at this point. And that's all they're going to really try for. They don't want to punch. They don't want to commit too much. There's the ultimate. And no BJ lurking.
Yeah, but they are going to try and call them into a fight. There's BJ into the backside. Froggy once again going across 3. And this is so much damage onto the backline. Rono P will be the first one to fall. Artemis and Yado are removed. And this single threat Jinx comp is not working. Ariety firing over the wall. And only Zuhao will survive.
And there's no real way for them to deal with the dive onto Artemis. Pun is teleports so far away. And he throws his ultimate really early, so he just ends up throwing the ultimate, and then he's so far removed from the fight, Hasmed is able to solo him off completely. That's going to be a massive team fight win. They're going to pick up everything, the Baron, the towers. They only lose Taki in the process. They didn't even want to wait 6 seconds just to make him feel the shame of dying in this situation. And here, Pun is already out of the fight with the way they collapse into retreat. And great engage from Taki, picks up so many that is easily followed up on by Froggy, easily followed up on by Ariety, who kind of fluffs the jump there, but Pun was off to the side, so he still gets a reward at the end. And now BNJ, look, a hook onto BNJ, it's not going to do that much while there's no Artemis. He's just too tanky for any of the other members to deal with.
Certainly looks like that. And he's actually the stride breaker Aurelia. I like it, actually. I think it's complements the dive comp. Just wants to go in with Froggy, with BNJ, with Taki. Makes a lot of sense. Zuhao saved by the lantern over the wall.
And we're seeing a huge lack of any impact from this Ornn with this build. Oh, never mind. They're going on to Hasmed.
There, they do catch Hasmed with the hook as well. Can they kill him, though?
Nope.
The shields are up. The drain tanking begins. Froggy laps them all up. And oh my word, Cerberus are getting dismantled.
Hasmed's still alive. And he's going to kill Pun. Yado's kicking around, but Yado, you do no damage. You do no damage. You just go down. And that should be an easy win for SGB as they run it through. They've still got Baron.
Yep, they head towards the Nexus. The veterans have fallen once more. The rookies move up to 2-1. They move up to match point. And now it comes down to the nerves of steel. We've said that Cerberus has them plenty of times. They have blood as cold as ice, but they will need to make SGB's blood run hot in this third game, in the fourth game, I apologize, if they want to get back to 2-2. And I want them to, because I want 5 games. If you want 5 games as well, let us know in chat. We'll be back soon with the VCS English Analyst Desk. See you then.
I'm not looking for words. I'm not running from hurt. I just want you by my side. In this moment in time, feels I'm crossing a line. I'm not looking to set things right. This tear I cry falls like healing rain, softly soothes my pain. This surrender, it feels like I kiss the feathers of a hummingbird in flight, breaking up into a million spheres of light. Take the shape of an angel in the night, carry you to peaceful beings. My home is my skin, and in the world of within, all I have is my love for you. If I conceal my fear, will I be in the clear? Or am I giving life to phantom pain? 'Cause it's playing out every note in the score. I surrender once more, but as my tears fall, they still kiss the feathers of a hummingbird in flight, breaking up into a
Welcome back. After game 3, we are getting closer and closer to deciding this first semi-final, the hotly contested second against third match. And of course, two teams with very nice team compositions coming in here in game 3 and
No. All right, I want you to listen to me because this is important. Okay, picture this: you're Yato. All right, you're 22 years old. You've been playing this game for like 5 years, 6 years, something like that. You started on Skyred. You were at GAM, and now you're one of the most proficient mid laners in the entire league, playing for Cerberus Esports, attempting to go to MSI by beating one of the most proficient mid laners in the entire world, at Froggy. You have R5 counter pick. You're looking across from a Yone, and you go, I'm gonna pick Syndra. Anyone? Disrespectful. I don't believe it. I won't stand for it.
Rebels hate for Syndra will never cease. But yeah, this was not the way to go. It actually did not look like a one-threat composition for 80% of the draft, and then they just picked Syndra, so Jinx had to bring all the damage, and she couldn't. But let's look, let's directly jump back into this game-deciding team fight around Dragon number 3. 18 minutes into the game, SGB group around the Dragon as the Cerberus, of course, and we see some very cool outplays. Clockway, take it away.
Yeah, so basically this was a large mid-diff in the sense that Froggy with the Yone is playing around Vision very well. Now, Cerberus looks like they have the better position, but they actually don't have that much vision around the Dragon. So Froggy is pretty much free to go around and look for their flanks. Cerberus now should just leave and concede the Dragon. All right, he gets caught. So they have some hope, maybe. Froggy keeps looking for flanks. You see, Cerberus has no wards around. They try to aggress one of the flanks, because when you are pinched, you turn on one of the flanks. But that leaves Froggy free to do anything. And when the re-engage starts, just around here, Froggy lands in. And then, of course, the follow-up with Taki, with Hasmed, is what decides the fight. But everything revolves around Froggy being enabled by the lack of vision of Cerberus. I don't know if Cerberus have practice playing against the Yone, but they definitely need to address either how they lay out vision, and look, this word here with the teleport with Froggy again, that extends the fight and nets the ace for Saigon Buffalo. This is the epitome of why Cerberus need to absolutely do something about this Yone, because otherwise this is looking like a 3-1.
For sure. So let's this was super impressive turret juggling as well. So as we can see the play and I guess Saigon Buffalo get to a very nice advantage and actually are able to close it out. We have 2 Froggy Yone wins, but I want to talk a little bit about one other matchup we didn't actually touch on in detail at the start of the series, which is the big captain of SGB today coming in and outperforming Pan on the other side. Let's take a look at Hasmed and his incredible performance, not only in this series, but also throughout the whole of the split. Hasmed, one of the most impressive top laners, for sure, and Pan is really struggling to keep up in this game and series so far.
It's
Rebel.
been yeah, at the beginning of the splits, like Pun was like, first off, they started with like LL and they were shifting between him and Pun, and eventually they came to Pun because like, okay, we can't play LL anymore. That's just not going to work ever. They have Pos sitting on their roster as well, which is a little strange because Pun continues to play and he's had some good games, but this one is just completely diffed by Hasmed. Hasmed looks insane in this series. You talk about he's got one of the better KDAs. He's got phenomenal gold percentage for his team. Does really good amount of damage per minute comparative to all other top laners. Like it was somebody that like even when this team was not good at all, he was still one of the highest performing top laners, and we've talked about him being one of the best, and this is the reason why, because in these matchups against players that are okay, against teams that are very good, he's still the one that our eyes are drawn to in every single team fight. Somehow he's able to bust out Aurelia. They're able to play around it as much as he wants. Anytime he's in team fights, he's just a complete game changer.
Indeed, and it also comes down to Pan. I expected before the series that Pan was going to have very solid games despite his lane issues. He has comforts like the Scion, like the Ornn, that can survive the lane with. But Hazmed is giving him none of that. For most of game 3, it was very impressive how he kept Pan at a distance from the waves, experience, and so on by wave manipulation. So this is a really, really large gap that is shaping this series.
So now that this is clear, let's quickly take a look before we enter draft at the last draft. Because one very important thing to note is Sagan Buffalo has been on blue side every single game so far, Cerberus on red side every single game. And Froggy, now 2 games on Yone, both were wins. We have Hasmid on another very aggressive, lane-focused champion, which is more of the red side playstyle. So a little bit of an unusual draft scheme coming up here. Cerberus more focused on team fighting than counterpicking. We talked about the R5 Syndra not doing too well here. So do we expect them to go to the other side, also looking at the potential of Ego coming in for game 4? Rebel, what do you think?
I like the idea of taking Cerberus and putting them on blue side, given that they are supposed to be the team fighting team. Because it's like, okay, if you go for Jinx, that's perfectly acceptable. But you can also go for things like Thresh at B1. You can go for things like Tristana at B1, things that would work for Artemis in the bottom lane, and attempt to build your composition off of the strength of champions that exist already. Because like Saigon's already using decent counter picks, and you're not responding to them properly here on the side of Cerberus. So rather than attempting to do so, why not just grab blue side? You get your preference on every single role for the most part, and you have more targeted bans to work with to try to take off some of the champions that have been succeeding for Saigon. Things like obviously the Yone has been really good. Rel being able to be taken away also, I think, from Taki is now maybe on the docket for something that needs to be considered, or at least having the ability to go to Alistar if they want to pick Rel in first rotation.
So, for some reason, there's no draft here, so let's dive a little bit deeper into the Ego point. He hasn't seen any play in many months. After winning series, the summer series final, of course, against GAM to win his first title, he fell ill this year and wasn't able to compete. Now he's supposedly back on form, and he was the jungler to challenge Levi on the number 1 jungle position. I think we all still voted Levi for regular season, but especially at playoffs, especially looking at the champ Lilia, he came in and overtook Levi. So, Clockwork, you watched a lot of Ego last split. Do you think he is the key ingredient, the secret ingredient for Cerberus' success? Maybe not even only in this series, but also looking forward.
So subbing him in mid-series is definitely a tough choice. Shu Hao has played the whole split. I assume that Ego has trained, at least for the most part, with them. It's hard to say how proficient Ego still is, because the pool of meta junglers has changed a lot from summer 2020. We remember Ego being mostly proficient on tanks. I remember him on Trundle, for example. Now the champions are wildly different. The Udyr, the Ekarim, maybe even the Lilia. So I'm not sure how it's going to affect the drafts of Cerberus. I hope that they have something ready for it. I hope that they are subbing him in with a plan and not out of desperation.
But there is something to be said of the rookies of SGB fighting against the best rookie of 2020, Ego coming in, potentially, possibly, who knows? We're going to see next game, as soon as the draft is here. What champions do we want to see him on, Rebel? I think, Clockwork touched on the Trundle. I think his Lilia was insane. He actually carried that 3rd game in semifinals against Gum, and they started the reverse sweep right there with his Lilia. So Lilia banned almost every single time. What else comes to mind that could fit the Ego style and also help Cerberus win the whole series?
When you think about, I think the champions that are popular right now, the one that comes to my mind is Hecarim, because I think he was playing Hecarim before a lot of other people were even touching the champion, or when it wasn't necessarily at top level in meta. So being able to play it now would not be shocking to me whatsoever. I know Nidalee was in the wheelhouse. We don't see much of it here in the VCS, and I don't think it's perfect. I know Soren is the meme for that, and if it gets picked, that you know I'm going to be shouting Soren. It's just going to happen because that's what my shtick is. But he is one of the few people that I would allow to actually do that. I agree with you. I think Lilia is a perfect idea. If I recall, also early in summer, he was playing Volibear jungle back when Volibear had first got reworked, and now that Volibear stepped back in, maybe that's a play for him, something like that. As I think Clockwork alluded to, he tends to be a bit more of a tankier player, so Hecarim Volibear seems to be what I would assume he would be going to start with.
Yeah, it's a very interesting case because he actually came in at the start of summer with carry picks from solo queue, but it didn't work for Flash. Flash actually looked abysmally bad at the start of summer. So they then changed their style gradually to be more and more about the front to back team fights, which then also caused him to go on to all the early game cheese junglers, or at that point still meta junglers, Trundle. He played a lot of Trundle. He played Volibear, as you said earlier. So all of these, Lee Sin was still one of the stable picks, of course, Lilia. And I'm not quite sure what Cerberus wants to go, but maybe also zooming out a little bit and looking at the whole of Cerberus, with a super strong front-to-back jungler that knows how to play this, that has won a title in front-to-back meta with the best AD carry on his team, Slater. Now it's Artemis time to also step back up, I think, because once again, we come into playoffs, Artemis in the MVP discussion, and then he's just a little bit too quiet. So Clockwork, is Artemis underperforming today, or is his team just not setting up for success?
I think it has to come to be a bit of both, because Cerberus has tried to set him up. I think in game 2 they succeeded very well in executing the strategy, and Artemis definitely showed up on his pocket pick Kalista. But also in game 1, he had a very rough lane against the Araya team. I think for sure he can do better. Maybe some part of it has to be along with the synergy with Ron OP. Maybe they need better setup in the bot lane. Maybe the Jinx, as we mentioned I was very excited about the Jinx, but we said that she was not a comfort pick of the Artemis, and it kind of showed. I think they need to go back on something more aggressive, like the Tristana, like the Kai'Sa, and stick to comfort for Artemis.
And for Rebel, I want to phrase the same question a little bit differently, because you brought up the point of Taki. Is ADC in the end just sub-diff today?
It seems to be, at least mildly, especially within the team fighting realm, because we've seen very wildly different games from everybody, where game 1 was like a huge diff where Artemis got bullied out. Game 3 was the same way in the opposite direction, but they still take it on the side of Saigon. Game 2 was when they started throwing everything in the kitchen sink into bottom lane, and maybe that's what they need necessarily here for Artemis. I don't think they can afford waiting for Artemis to scale on something like Ezreal and then try to match the rest of the map with, by moving a Huber or Ron OP around. So I think that's the only option that you've got, is potentially just to continue throwing not just support, but also everybody into bottom lane as fast as you can, just to try to put some pressure down there to get Artemis rolling. Because we saw it when he was on Kalista, he was doing good enough work. But
True.
If it's not going to be the case, then you got to put more resources into the bottom side.
And this picture gives me hope. This is usually what we look at before we go into draft. I think this is this could be. We might be heading into draft. Apologies for the delay. We don't really know what's going on. Maybe Ego is just too strong for the stage. He's certainly sitting in the jungle position. I've seen glimpses of him on stage, so very exciting to see him back. Not sure if this is the correct move. They have built so much synergy with Zuhao again. Ego is supposed to be the better player, and he was certainly better last summer. But we have no idea how this is going to look like on the Rift. And here we go, finally into draft, game 4 on our hands. And Cerberus is on blue side, so everything came true. Ego is in, and we have Cerberus for the first time today on blue side. So what is going to be their strategy? What is going to be their focus for the first pick? I believe Tristana rises in priority here. Do you agree, Rebel?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Tristana is definitely up there for Artemis. It's a champion that you can put pressure on early and make sure to get spiked ahead as fast as possible. It's really easy to clear waves with it, and also it scales immaculately. It's about as perfect a champion for Artemis as you could possibly want in this series.
Yeah, the few times he played her, he looked absolutely amazing. He was dominating from early game to late game. He was just all over the map, getting kills left, right, and center, going deathless as well. So I would be very excited to see him try to carry his team to game 5. It would be very sad to see him fall this early in the playoffs. Of course, our player format doesn't really give us much story to really do anything after a loss. It's just one opportunity. You need to win here. It's do or die. Clockwork for Saigon Buffalo for the first time today on the red side. Do you expect to see more counter-pick focused solo lane picks today, or will we just go blind Yone again?
By the way, Hasmed and Froggy have been played. I think counterpicking for either of them, possibly both, has to be mandatory. Hasmed has a lot of picks, the Irelia, then there's like the Yone also, Aatrox. Like there's plenty of things that they can pick, and I hope they do because it's proving effective. The solo lanes of Saigon Buffalo are popping off today.
And Tristana, once again, left to red side, so no Tristana. Oh, and wow, she's open. We haven't seen Lilia in ages. They don't actually go for the Ego Lilia, which is sad to see, because he's amazing on her. But we actually get to see some Lilia, so refresh our memory, Rebel. Lilia, what's she all about, and how is the matchup into Udyr?
Pretty much any of these champions that now are like run 'em down champions have been really bad into Lilia just because she does the run 'em down thing much better than they do. Because if you hit somebody with skills, then you're getting a bunch of movement speed. If you get jumped on top of by Udyr, like if you get the stun or something, there is kill potential right there. But especially for low range compositions that like are trying to make picks happen, which is what Udyr and Olaf are all about, even Hecarim to some extent, you can play very heavy team fight focus with the Lilia. You clear jungles exceptionally quick. Like this pick is pretty much the thorn in the side of the entire meta that we've had in the jungle, which is why it's surprising that we haven't really had it all too much so far here in the VCS, or I would argue it's really not as high priority as it probably should be worldwide. But here we are, BJ is able to snag that one away, make sure you have the response to the Udyr, and I'm excited to see what he can do on the champion.
She was, to be fair, she was banned every single game so far. So, yeah, definitely high priority today. Also, first rotation here, of course. And one thing that's important to look at is actually runes, or masteries, I should say, coming into the game. Because Lilia into Udyr really needs face rush. Usually, I'm not a big Lilia face rush fan, because I feel like she's fast enough anyway. I like her on more aggressive runes. But against Udyr, you really want that face rush to get away from his engage and kite him forever. So let's see if BJ agrees, or if he wants to be a little bit more frisky and go for an aggressive choice. Rel? Yeah, I see Clockwork typing furiously, so take it away, Clockwork. It's another Taki Rel.
Okay, so first off, Yone ban, good
Yes.
Cerberus. That's great.
Also
secondly, Cerberus go back on the Kai'Sa comfort for Artemis, but on the other side we have a Tristana Rel bot lane for Saigon Buffalo, which is, I think they're trying again the plan that they went for in game 2, so having a maybe kill lane aggressively in the bot lane, and we know that Taki is stellar on the Rel undefeated. And we have a Silas. Let's go. That is like, that has
Another blind mid lane. Oh man, Froggy just bringing out all the blind mid laners. So far, AD has been great, AP has been bad, so let's see how Silas is. I don't actually remember a Silas for Froggy. Do you, Froggy, stand number 1?
Not necessarily. Again, though, he is the Froggy Swamp Master, so he's got plenty of picks in the back pocket. Although, I'm thinking the way that Cerberus has been kind of drafting, especially what they've got so far, is that they tend to go really stall top laners, which is really good for Silas. This could be a Hasmed pick, and they could be waiting to try to get a really valid pick here for Froggy out of the mid lane instead. And especially given the fact that you're going to be able to see the Rise here, there are picks that you could definitely go into it. Vel'Koz comes to mind. I know I'm very biased towards Vel'Koz. That would give them a lot of AP, though, which might be problematic. The other thing, you could do, like, Aurelia again. No,
holy. He
I was
knows
trying to
what he
build up.
wants. Okay. Yeah, no, sorry. Go ahead. Finish your
That
point.
was it. That was all I had. My thought ended on Aurelia, and then they decided to lock it. So they cut off my point immediately.
Yeah, I think SGB is really feeling confident in this draft. Once again, 2 bruises in the solo lanes right now. Aurelia sitting with Froggy. I would prefer to see Hasmed Froggy. I think Hasmed's mechanics are still superior compared to Froggy's. Froggy is more of a cerebral player, in my opinion, so a little bit surprised to see this one. The draft also was stuck on 58 seconds for a while, so that confused me a little bit. But Clockwork, Cerberus, they are facing elimination. They have a very different comp this time, short-ranged with Ryze and Kai'Sa, but also a lot of dive coming in, especially in the early game. Oh no. the draft demons.
It's fine. We're fine.
So, walk me through Cerberus' composition and what they want to do with this one. For the first time today on blue side, Rise for the first time picked today, so a very different look to the first 3 games.
Indeed, it's a bit, I think, harder composition to execute, as you said, because of the shorter range, and also they will need to scale a lot with the Kai'Sa, with the Rise to then hit teamfights very effectively. So as I predicted first, I would side with the composition that has more range, but Cerberus proves me wrong, so they can do it again.
So, let's hold off the predictions for a little bit, because we probably have to cover a few more minutes here with the draft being remade on stage. We can never go without a draft remake in the whole series, so let's go. At least everyone is here, and it seems like the computers are working, so no audio or connection issues so far. I am hyped for this SGB comp. I think the Sylas is a little bit risky. We don't actually know where the Sylas landed. I believe mid lane. But did you see the end of that one, Rebel?
So, I think what happened was things got frozen, so it was not just the timer, but also they weren't swapping. So, Alistar was stuck top lane, and I assume it's not a top lane Alistar, and Huber's going to be playing that one. So, if they're going to remake draft, and I'm guessing that they were just waiting to swap, because obviously Hollisman would rather be the Aurelia, which would give us, I think, first time Froggy Sylas mid lane, which is cool. And the matchup into Rise is an interesting one. I know I've talked about it where their range is pretty much identical, and they both build Everfrost, so you get this this Texas standoff where they can both press Everfrost at each other and you root each other, but you're right outside of effective range, so it's really funny if it happens. But it's interesting for both side lane and team fight, especially with Alistar ultimate to steal, but not a lot of other really fantastic ultimates for Sylas operating within these fights.
But I love the possibility of even more TPs or secretive TPs, I guess, with Rise ulti coming into the bot lane. So top laners are going to TP bot lane, and then both mid laners coming in with Realm Warp. No one knows how many people they're going to bring, so bot lane is going to be a big party once again, as it has been every single game. I'm not. Maybe there's actually something to attack Artemis with. I just rewatched the Gam against Cerberus series a few days ago, of course, in preparation. And no time for that. We actually have our champion selected. So give me your predictions, and then we move into potentially the last game of today. Rebel, start me off with your prediction.
First off, it is Froggy and Aurelia. There's that. I'm a big fan of Rise. Love Rise as a champion. Big fan of Ego. Bigger fan of Froggy. Bigger fan of Saigon. I gotta call it 3-1 here.
And Clockwork.
I'm gonna go.
Do you
Cerberus.
agree? Or do we see the Silver Scrapes?
5 games. Give me Cerberus 5 games.
And why does Cerberus win? Very quickly.
I think they are gonna be able to weather the storm and get to late game where the composition shines.
And with that, let's head into game 4, maybe the last game of the day. Let's see.
And it's game 4. We head on to the Rift. Yado with the ability to warp the realms to take them to a game 5. SGB ready to fight back. They have the Lilia, they have the Tristana Rel, and they have all the power to close this one out right now and be ready to face either Garm or Team Secret in the final. We won't know which one until tomorrow. But this is an exciting one.
I'm very excited to see Ego's debut up against a Buffalo on a red side, because when Buffalo play red side, they like to punish enemy junglers. We almost always see Froggy making his way into this bot red side and and harassing the jungler, collapsing with the bot lane pressure to kill off the enemy jungler and ruin their life. Let BJ sprint miles and miles ahead. So welcome to the Rift, Ego. You may just hate coming. You may just want to go back to retirement. Or home. Sick. You may want to call him sick again.
Yeah, I mean, he's been sick, but he may well be injured after this game if we know how BJ operates. Artemis is lit on fire, has the explosive put down. The double flash forward doesn't actually find him, but hey, that is a level 1. And that is not what you want for your Kai'Sa. Disaster strikes in the bot lane.
Yeah. Kai'Sa can get an early level 2 and make your life miserable. I'll just get it before she hits level 2. That is a fantastic play coming out from SGB. They fumble it a little at the end, blowing the 2 flashes, and that is an opportunity for Ego to make impact happen. But as it is, that's just first blood. They just kill Ron.
There's a first blood on the bottom side. They've killed Ron. There's a counter kill. But
who cares?
Yeah.
It's a kill into your AD carry.
Yeah.
It's killing an AD carry versus a kill into a support. It's an assisted kill compared to a solo kill, and it's a first blood compared to a regular kill. It's so much in the favor of SGB for that. It denies a lot. Your AD carry is the one that lives, so you're still getting that experience back onto the Tristana. You're loving it. You came out massively ahead.
That's huge, yeah.
And so when Riot is going to back us, they're probably going to have to pretty shortly. May not have to. It's only oh, never mind.
Oh, here's a catch. Welcome back to the Rift, Ego. It's the quantum support. Taki wormholes to the topside river. And welcome back, mate. Have a rest.
I don't know how to respond to that. I'm like, okay, yeah, there's a bit of a fight going on with this top lane crab. We've got Froggy up here. Wait, no, that's not Froggy. That's Taki. Okay, we're just going to see what happens here. Look, Ron OP, what can you do? You get E stun into W, and Taki just cannot waddle out of range fast enough. That's the problem. Horses weigh a lot when they're on your clothes, and that stops you from getting away from cows that set you on fire.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Oh, BJ having a squeeze down towards this bottom lane, and here's the engage. Artemis has no flash. Artemis will be getting sent to the death chamber, and SGB, they want the finals. They are dominating this early game. Taki, once again, it is the poo-poo waddle as Taki is going to get taken down. The Froginator has arrived, gets knocked up the tower, but Husmed's here as well. Doing a lot of damage, but they're going to try and turn it around. The health bars are a little bit anemic. But in the end, everyone except for Taki survives.
Why would you do that? You won the play. You were backing off. You're fine. Yado teleports down. You trade 1 for 1. Whatever. You could have just teleported back to your lane if you're Froggy and just had... Or you could have just shoved the wave as Froggy and gotten so much. Because, look... Yado teleports down, you either need to teleport here immediately, or you just shove the wave, try and get deny as much as you can, because why this teleport? Taki's dead, you're not going to be able to pick up anything in a 1v3, because BJ and Arati are so low they can't help. Asmed comes down, and Gragas is just like...
I actually think if that flawless duet lands, they might pick up a kill.
No, at best, you're trading 1 for 1 at that point, and I still don't think that's worth the teleport investment. I think you just go back to lane and call it a 1 for 1. You did your job. You got to teleport out of Yado. You basically still come out on top.
Yeah, I will say, as much as I agree, it was a bit of a mistake. At least SGB kind of know the analysis against Cerberus. Just hurt Artemis, and now Husmed's in some trouble as Ego trundles forward on this Udyr, trying to get the damage down, but there's a lilting lullaby out of BJ, but he's way too far forward. You can't do that. He just goes down. Husmed is only level 5, cannot steal a Gragas barrel. It doesn't matter because Pun's going to miss it anyway. Are they going to be able to get forward? There's a belly bop into the damage, and Husmed goes down.
And you're seeing that level advantage come because Pun just stayed in lane. He didn't bother joining that weird fight in the bot lane. He just stayed in lane, got to level 6 first, picked up an Oblivion Orb for himself. So there's just so much coming in as the fights just keep continuing. And Taki getting very aggressive. Miscommunication on the bot lane.
Coming in, Taki's in a lot of trouble. Oh no, the poo-poo waddle is not going to work out here. Is going to be a kill over to Artemis.
Hey, guess you can't respond. It's Husmed because he wasted it earlier. And this is what you use a teleport for. It's all going to come back to this plague. And because now Pun is quite far ahead. Now the bot lane is sort of back into it. Granted, most of the gold's on Ron OP. But, it's just cascading out of control. The dominoes are falling in the favor of Cerberus because Buffalo had an advantage and they threw it out the window. They dropped
there's
it
an
on the
engage
floor.
onto Ariety. Artemis moves forward with that ultimate, but now with BJ coming, there's the swirl seed onto Rono P. Does not have access to the lilting lullaby as Artemis manages to split away, blunts the rel engage, and there's a bit of an attempt of a turnaround. He gets the last auto attack. Look at the damage coming out of this Kaiser, and now Ego's here to make sure Froggy cannot influence the play.
This is a Kaiser with a Doran's Blade and a Cull, by the way. They get it 1-for-1. That's a... unfortunately, Ignite is a summoner spell and stole the kill again. So, Artemis is not getting anything up here. And I guess Hasmed just died again. Or
No, this is the replay.
This is the replay of that first play.
Yeah.
And you're seeing the level advantage come in around about here because they actually get the level up off of the kill onto BJ, and BJ comes in a little bit too low. The CC is just there. This is actually an AP Gragas, I believe. So there's just a lot of... there's an Oblivion Orb. Of course it's an AP Gragas. So lots of damage coming out that BJ isn't ready for. Pops him up, and then they're able to follow through with an E-Flash and kill Hasmed alongside. It's just going extremely well for Cerberus. Now that said, they're only like 200 gold up. Because look at these farm leads in mid-jungle.
Yep.
It's pretty ridiculous that they're able to get these massive farm leads in mid-jungle, but because BJ's been pretty active on the map, just to not really any effect.
Good sidestep from Yado.
Yeah, good sidestep from Yado, but you're seeing a lot of attention put towards Froggy. They've decided, look, top lane isn't going very well, bot lane's not going very well. Speaking of top lane, it's able to make that go quite well.
Silas not being able to have a huge impact right now.
Yeah, but they weren't able to blunt the Kingslayer quite enough. But now everyone's on top side. Kicking off.
Here we go. Froggy very low, but the Vanguard's edge was good. A couple people now having a nap. There's the watch out eat. Yado will be the first to fall. Can they trade it back? They can. Onto the Irelia, 1-for-1. Ego wants to keep this fight going as Ariety is caught on the wrong side of the tracks. Rono P's going to die, but Ariety going down is a much bigger prize as in comes Hasmed. It's the kill to BJ, double kill for the Lilia, and the Magnet Storm! There it is as Cerberus are wiped out!
And the SGB just play the team fights better. They managed to blow out Artemis very early thanks to good positioning from Ariety. They clean up that team fight. Health bars are too low for them to convert it into anything, but they're going to take that gold lead. They're going to ramp it up. BJ is actually on full health, so he's going to try and go for this dragon, but with Cerberus being back on the map first, it's not going to happen. And we see here they commit a lot for Froggy, but good positioning from Ariety, able to single out Artemis, removes him from the majority of this fight. Look at how little he's able to do. He's just waddling around on this back end, not doing anything while his front line dies. They eventually pick up Ariety, but it's not through Artemis' use.
And here's Taki.
Yeah, the re-engage is just so good. They group up against Rel and he punishes it. The horse comes in clutch to stop the tower from killing them. Very good stuff out of SGB in the team fights, which, that's not what the script says. The script says, Cerberus, you're meant to be team fighting well. And they have the comp to team fight.
That was just disrespectful against Taki. Honestly,
yeah,
you have to respect the rel re-engage. That was always going to happen. It was fantastic out of Taki, but it shouldn't have been allowed to happen by Cerberus. But Ego does muscle into this topside river, and there should be a herald secured, unless BJ has something to say about it.
BJ
lands
could have something to say about it.
Yeah, I think all of SGB is collapsing. Thanks for the leash, lads. As the stolen Gragasol, who's going to get the smite? It is Ego, but there's no way.
No, it's SGB.
Never mind, I misread it. It is SGB. Yado is caught out. Artemis firing, though, into Froggy. Can they take the Irelia down? It's really important as Pun gets the kill, but it's traded back immediately. Alrighty, getting that. Watch out, Eat does a lot of damage onto Ron OP. Over on the other side, Yado burns down. The kills are coming in, and Cerberus looks like they are just exhausted. SGB dominating them at every turn.
And the late collapse from Cerberus, it happens time and time again. This team, it's basically the exact same team from 2020, and they just hit a point where they run out of gas. This is a microcosm of their split last year. They went 10-0, then just fell all the way down to the bottom of playoffs. In their matchup against Garm, they fought hard for 2 games, then got rolled in a sub 20-minute perfect game, and now when they're down 2-1, match point for Saigon Buffalo, they're starting to fall apart despite a fantastic early game that was kind of handed to them by an SGB fumble. They're just not team fighting. It's falling apart. Ron OP played that team fight fantastically, got so much value out, but it didn't matter. The rest of his team fell apart one at a time to the SGB.
Yeah. It's not what you want to see for sure. And we are coming back to live. SGB picked up a dragon. They dropped the Rift Herald. They're going to try and crack open this mid lane, or at least get it close to being cracked open. They won't quite kill the tower, but it's very close, and with the Tristana, it'll go down if she can step up once more time.
Yeah, and just one more wave without 4 members of Cerberus hanging around mid lane, that should just be gone. And there's still hope for Cerberus. Pun is still getting quite far ahead and could create that one-shot opportunity onto Variety. But Artemis has just continued to be not a factor in the series when he's been the factor the entire split for Cerberus. He's had no impact on
I've got to say, I think bringing in Ego was a stupid mistake.
I don't like it either.
I think it's dumb, particularly if Lilia is open. Lilia, as Yulwei alluded to on the desk, Ego is a fantastic Lilia player. It's why Flash won Summer 2020. Was that Lilia pick. The fact that he could play it and Levi couldn't. That was super important. But you bring Ego in. Ego's a great player, but you've played the whole split with Zuhao. You have a split worth of synergy with Zuhao, and you just go, yeah, we're going to bring Ego in and just bang him on the Udyr. That's just silly. At that point, it almost feels like you're just doing marketing in a playoffs match, and they're getting punished.
They're definitely getting punished.
There's an engage, alrighty, dealing a lot of damage. The Magnet Storm out of Taki is buying so much space, though. The Lilting Lullaby onto 3, and Husband arrives on the flank, and Cerberus will be joining the revolution. They face the wall, and they get gunned down as only Artemis lives.
Only Artemis lives, and only Taki dies, despite BJ really should have followed suit, and that's just another win. Hasmed doesn't even have to utilize the stolen Alistair ultimate. They're gonna pick up this tower. They can't really convert into much else from here, but they have brought themselves ahead 5k at 15 minutes. They are so far ahead of Cerberus. There is no chance. There is always a chance. There is always a chance.
Of course
Rise can scale, but looking at Cerberus's history and their mentality, they look checked out. They aren't winning team fights where they should. They are down so far. They have to hold on, and I don't think they can.
Yeah, it's a very tall order for Cerberus to try and stay in this one, particularly when SGB are playing as well as they are. Look at BJ in this fight. Artemis is free-firing over the wall. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah, Artemis is able to get completely into the back line, but he's not actually able to catch up. It looks like he was slowed for some reason, but more than anything, the fight has just left him behind. He picks up Taki, and the fight keeps going. They've blown up Pun under the tower. Ego is doing all he can, but Ariety's just free firing on top of him.
And here comes Froggy, the double kill. No triple stolen away there by Froggy, but this is just a highlight reel. Cerberus might be getting flashbacks to that GARM Game 3, as they are just getting absolutely dismantled.
Well, on the plus side, they're 10 kills away from a perfect game.
True, yeah, true, but, I mean, they're still getting smashed.
They are getting completely removed from this map. There's 4 towers down. The Baron is coming up. Still, it's actually still ages away from the Baron. We're at 17 minutes.
We have 30 kills at 17 minutes, Marby.
Yeah, look. This is VCS. This is what we want to see. We want to see these high kill games, but despite 30 kills, it's 30 kills. How is it 30 kills? And Artemis,
it's a bloody game. It's jungle
Artemis is looking at his team fall apart around him. He's not having an impact, but his team is just getting completely removed around him.
I mean, like,
this is insane.
Let's talk about Cerberus for a second, because we can sing the praises of SGB for the rest of this game, but I want to talk about some of the mistakes Cerberus has made. I don't think bringing in Ego was smart, but also, you picked Pun Gragas, and then he's building AP. Like, I hope, for the sake of Cerberus, that is Pun making a decision on his own that was wrong. Because if the coaching staff told him to build AP, they all need to be fired.
So,
he is a tank player. Pun has sucked on anything not tanky, and he's building AP Gragas. That's reportable.
So the thing with Gragas is, and AP Gragas said that, I don't think it matters a ton what Pun builds on this Gragas pick.
I heavily disagree.
I don't think he's been particularly useful on tank Gragases in the past. I don't think he's been particularly useful on carries in the past. I think Pun we were coming to this thinking Pun is going to be a weak point. I just think the Gragas pick was a bit of a fumble. I can't remember if both the bans, like both Ornn and Sion were banned, but even then you can go for things like, and it's hard. You don't want to pick something like Malphite into a Silas. I just think they've been thoroughly they've kind of outdrafted themselves. They don't have the ability to let Artemis carry. And realistically, Pun was doing well for the majority of this first game, so I don't want to put too much on him.
I'm putting it on the draft. Like, I don't think it's Pun's fault. The man's good at playing tanks. Pick him some tanks, please. Don't pick him Gragas, which has the option of going tank and go, yeah, mate, Night Harvester time. I hope that's him making the decision, so at least it's a player mistake. Because if it's the coaching staff telling him to do that, that is unforgivable. It is so dumb. I see your point, but I just disagree. I just think Gragas as a tank plays completely differently than he does as an AP threat. I'm just not happy. Not happy.
Moving on, we have Froggy in the side lane with this Rift Herald. So there's potential to get a lot of value out of it. If they can sort of split the 4-1 up quite nicely. The 1-3-1 from SGB is extremely threatening if they choose to go for it. They aren't, because it's the VCS and side lanes are really, they sort of disappear after about 20 minutes. And what do you know? It's 20 minutes. So just going to drop this Rift Herald into the mid lane. And the siege potential from SGB is actually pretty insane. The dive threat, they don't have like a strong front line to sort of prevent wave clear, but the dive threat means you don't want to step up as this short range wave clear of Yardo and Artemis. Pun has the best wave clear with his Q, but as an AP Gragas, but it's not the best. It's you need 2 of them to clear the backline minions.
Yeah.
And the siege, and that's just not enough. That's just too much time for Tristana to knock it down.
It's 100% true. It's just so much damage coming in, so much siege. And how does Cerberus even get back into this one? I think you just need a miracle. You need this game to go for another 40 minutes somehow. You need
So-
divine intervention. You need your rise to get level 16 and to get 6 items. And I don't think that's ever going to happen.
At this point,
Okay, roll
okay.
it's just for vision. They
Used
spot
for
the
vision.
Baron.
They
Ego,
spot it.
tagged
Yeah.
up. He's going to have a nap. But good Everfrost zoning them back. That allows Ego to survive.
if I can quickly get in there, I think you're looking for Pun to delete a Riety with the barrel, and then, or maybe he needs to delete someone. Probably actually looking to do most of the damage to someone like Bean J, and then have Artemis fly in and do an assassination on the backside while they all blast, while the front line, while Husman and Froggy are wasting their time killing Yado, and then have Artemis pop off on the back line, tear it up completely untouched. It's not going to happen. I think Yado will just die too quickly. And if it goes into something like the Zonia's, Froggy and Husman can just turn and delete Artemis before he comes out. You can see how they win the fight. I just don't think they can execute, especially not this far behind in gold.
Yeah, I completely agree. Cerberus will step up, manage to get some vision control over the Baron pit for now. I'm sure SGB will reverse that momentarily, so they do have full control over the tempo, over the plays. And what a success story for SGB. Pretty much universally regarded coming in before we watched any games. Pretty much universally ranked as one of the bottom teams. Pretty much everyone had them in the bottom 3. But look at this. They're about to make the finals. Because I don't think this game's going to turn around. Would be happy to be wrong. But I think they're about to make the finals. And who knows? They may well be playing. They will probably be playing against Garb. But who knows? Team Secret could pull out some magic. Regardless of who they play against, regardless of if they win the finals, it is just an absurd success story. The Buffalo organization hasn't been in playoffs for 2 years.
Yes, ever since the collapse of Fongvu, we're starting to see a revival. We're seeing basically the hauntology of Fongvu Buffalo, the carry top laner of Hasmed, the in-your-face jungle that is BJ, the supportive mid laner, the late game threat 80 carry. It's all coming together. The shot calling support. It's just Fongvu 2, baby. If it was so good, why isn't there Fongvu 2? It is. It's Saigon. It's these rookies, this new blood for the VCS. It's great to see. I'm glad to see these new players stepping up as the old guard going away. See you later, Zeros. Nice knowing you. You've been replaced.
Oh, hang on. We've got a big fight here. This could be the last chance for Cerberus, and they do actually get a good opening. Froggy taking down the half health immediately. Yado on the side, free firing. There's a lot of damage coming in. This could be it, but it's on the knife's edge, and it's beginning to turn. The cliff has been pushed, and Yado has been found. I thought for a moment maybe Cerberus could do it. Artemis is still full health. There are low health bars. You need to convert a kill or two, I think. They don't. They back away, and they fall further behind.
They stop the Baron, but they fall into 8k down, and it's just wallet diff coming in from SGB. It looked so good, but now SGB, they can just turn back to the Baron. They have so tanky Hasmed and Froggy just go back and teleport back in, and now they can just rain it on down. Ego's back on the map, but he can't get there in time. They can't recreate the magic of that last fight.
There's no jungler in the pit. Steals are possible. Pun moving up. Can he throw the big barrel? Throw the barrel. Throw it! Throw it! And he can't. It's taken away. Silas securing it, but now Froggy's low. There's a big shutdown. Husmed will fall. So Baron is secured, but Cerberus pick up 3.
That's 3 members without Baron off. That's 3 members off the map, and we all couldn't get the barrel to steal the Baron from Pun, but he manages to pick up Froggy with it. He didn't. He was stunned up too long. That's 3 kills. That's a mid lane turret. That swings the gold back a little bit. It's still about 6,000 gold, but that's 2,000 more than they had before.
He gets caught. There's a big shutdown. Cerberus, the worm is beginning to turn.
I forgot what year it was. It's 2011. It's the year of the Caster Curse, man. We were talking them up, and now they're falling down. But SGB, they're just getting picked off time and time again. That's heaps of gold back for Cerberus. And this is the first one, and so much, but it's onto these tanky members of Taki and Froggy that they're able to burn through so many health bars, but they're not able to finish off Hasmed or Froggy despite getting them so low. That ultimate steal, that unbreakable will coming in clutch for Hasmed. And it means they get to reset, get to teleport back in and fight for the Baron. They get the Baron eventually, but they lose 3 on the exit, and then a fourth, under that tier 2 tower, and it's brought the gold right back. It from 8,000 to 5,000. Cerberus are hitting that. They're reaching 28 minutes, and SGB at 28 minutes tends to lose a lot of gold.
Is this Cerberus that we're talking about? I described them last game as having blood cold as ice, nerves of steel. And if they're going to win this game, I need to be right. Marby, maybe this is just some hauntological things from the past of Cerberus, but I think they could come back.
It feels like they could. Ariety had just picked up 3 kills and a big couple of shutdowns at that. He's now on 3 items. He's caught up.
There's the engage from Ron OP. They're getting it in. And Everfrost across the team. Punt throws the barrel, doing a lot of damage. But look at Froggy on the front side. And it's Taki going in. Absolutely massive play. It's traded back. Artemis does live. It's once again in front of this inhibitor tower where he has a miraculous survival. The tower falls and the fight does go in favor of SGB.
It's 2 for 1. Health bars are actually in the lead of Cerberus, though. They just don't have the range and the ability to catch up to them. So it's going to be a dragon for SGB as Cerberus defends their base, but they are holding on. They are getting items onto Yardo, onto Artemis. And it may be Ron OP and Ego dying, but if they die and their carry survive, they've done their job. They're the big tanks. That's all they want to do. Be nuisances, get killed, and let Artemis get money. He's got some more. He's going into his 4th item now. He's got that Hex Drink round away. It feels very close. It's so tight despite SGB objectively winning that fight. It still feels kind of good for Cerberus.
If it was any team except Cerberus, I wouldn't have changed my tack. I would have still said, yeah, this is pretty over. Good fight back, but meh. Well, Garm's not this far down. True. Garm isn't this far down. But Cerberus, they've got the magic. The gold lead at some point just seems to stop mattering in Cerberus games, and they are able to win regardless. We are also coming up on 30 minutes. You know what happens to Saigon Buffalo's gold leads after 28 minutes. They look like a skydiver.
Yeah, and
they don't pull the parachute.
And at 30 minutes, you stop looking at the raw number. You look at it and say, okay, that's 5,000 gold. That seems like a lot. But you drag your eyes down to the bottom of the screen and look at the items. Lilia is ahead an item, about half an item. Yeah, that's... actually, no, it's more a full item. So Lilia's ahead, cool. Top lane's about even. Mid lane, just about even. Little bit leaning towards Froggy. Bot lane is dead even at the moment. Support's an item ahead. Cool. Love to see a Zeke's. That's nice to have, but it's not an item on your AD carry. It's not an item on your mid laner. So it feels a lot closer than the goal lead suggests because of where those goal leads are allocated.
Yeah, he's an item of the Tristana.
Now you have to see when Ariety does back, how much gold he's currently sitting on. So he's been on that pickaxe for a while. That'll turn into an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, but I mean, there is a pretty big farm lead, but I suppose there's also 3 kills.
There's 3 kills, there's 6 assists. Sorry, 7 assists.
We'll see. I think we also need to keep our eye on Yardo. He is scaling. He's now level 16. Has the rank 3 of the ultimate. Those overloads are going to be hitting like an absolute freight train. He might be 1 in 5, but you can't write a rise off. He's very similar to Cassidon. Doesn't really matter how his early game goes. If he hits the late game, he can carry. This is closer than it has any right to be.
It's much closer than it has any right to be, and all eyes, I think, are on Taki and Hasmed. Can they get into the backline? Froggy as well, I guess, as well, but can they get into this backline and kill both Yado and Artemis? That reposition from Artemis is going to make their life a little bit harder. Ron's going for it.
Straight onto BJ. He's on 0 health. He goes forward, but is he going to die? He finally goes down with a righty on the other side. Yado with the Everfrost whips it across the team. Taki charges in with a Magnet Storm. Ego has fallen. Now it's Artemis on the run.
Dead.
Cerberus have surrendered. Yado's dead. Artemis, why did you leave the fight? Just die. You lose the game regardless. There's a snipe though that might keep them in it. He had to fight to the death. You just preserved your KDA at the cost of the game!
Now, I don't know if they can end it. They don't really have the wave. They don't have a Baron. Artemis is still alive. He can hold them off. That's a Baron going. That may be a Baron, but it's the game has survived. That snipe probably keeps them in it. Oh, man. If I feel Taki could have kept pushing it towards Artemis, maybe chased him off, held the back, stopped him. I don't know. Anyway, yes, Artemis played that fight way too cowardly. He needed to be more aggressive. It went all wrong for Cerberus there, but now they're back on the map. Now they're just rushing this Baron down. The teleport's coming in from Yado and Pun. Can they get there in time? Ego's here. That's 5 on the map.
Avengers. Yado and Artemis together make this go down so fast. Does BJ have flash? He does. Can get into the pit. Will he be able to? No. Cerberus get Baron.
Lilting Lullaby comes down. Harsman's going for it.
Oh, he goes in, but Rono P with the flash away, and now it's the big fight. Can Yado do enough damage before he goes down? He's not even going to go down. It's just the one kill onto Rono P. If Cerberus can disengage.
I don't know if they can. They might have to give up Pun at the very least. He's down.
But you can't give up anymore. They give up Artemis. No! If you were going to be a coward, do it in that fight.
Yado gets out, but he's a rise. He has a lot of wave clear, but it's 5 men of SGB barreling down. This should be game. This should be the end for Cerberus. Their playoffs ends.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't end here because they have the third place match, but they're not going to the finals. Their hopes of MSI are done.
And it's not with a bang, but with a whimper. I can't believe it. The team fight execution is meant to be the strength of Cerberus, but it's SGB that get over the line. The rookies rise up. They are the ones who will go to the final. They stand there waiting. Which will take them on? Team Secret or GARM? We won't know until tomorrow, but it's the rookies that are triumphant. The Buffaloes atop the mountain. We'll be going straight over to the VCS English Analyst Desk. Thank you for tuning in. I've been Everyday. With me has been Marvin Ogie. We'll see you tomorrow.
And welcome back, I think. Yeah, there we go. Welcome back. The series is over. SGB winning 3-1. Just saying. My prediction looking pretty good today. Oh man, what a game. It looked like an absolute stomp in the first 15 minutes. Then Cerberus found a way back. Was it just rookies being inexperienced, getting a little bit too high fee, Rebel?
I'm sorry?
Was it just rookies being a little bit too inexperienced, getting a little bit too high fee to close out the game? More standard for SGB, maybe a little bit earlier, letting Cerberus back into the game, or did Cerberus play well to come back here?
I think a bit of it came down to just range advantage, because you still had Silas and you still had Aurelia, and then you got, of course, like Lilia, who's relatively low range alongside like Aurel. So pretty much the only true ranged character you've got within the realm of reality is this Tristana, and like Artemis was still able to get pretty well ahead, so like they're fighting back with like Everfrost Rise, and they've got this Kai'Sa who's able to do a good amount of damage. So the gold was there, but you're still playing from at least a risky range where the damage is going to be accessible from Artemis pretty much the entire time. I think that was what stalled out the game more than anything.
And Clockwork, do you think this Ego is subbing in Ego for this last game was a good idea for Cerberus?
I'm afraid not. I did not like it. I agree with Everyday. Shu Hao managed to merge very well with the team to build a synergy through the split, and Ego totally looked not up to par in this game. And also, I super love that he got at least one game to play, because Binjay really faced him on Ego's comfort pick and said straight to his face, Do you remember last year when you were a rookie and you won the split? Now it's my turn. Watch me.
Yeah, and he performed better and better throughout the series. I think BJ started off with an not so great game. Then game 2 he got caught a few times, but then game 3 and 4 he was back to the form we all have seen so many times already this series. I want to start closing out this day today with actually looking at Cerberus and their disappointing finish. They came in today. A lot of people actually had them as favorites, even though they were the lowest seed, the 3rd seed. Exactly the same score in terms of the game score. Both teams coming in with 22 and 14 games, I believe. And Cerberus, for the most of the season, looked like the clear 2nd best team. Now, once again, after a strong start, they fall short. They don't get to participate in the finals. Still haven't made the finals. Saigon Buffalo, after a long hiatus, straight back to the finals. So, Rebel, was this Cerberus just the worst team on the day? And even if you play the series again against Saigon Buffalo right now in the current form, or did Cerberus fall off today compared to the regular season?
So before anything else, I think I think this was more Saigon being the better team on the day than Cerberus being the worst team. Unfortunately, Cerberus, I think, is gotten this diagnosis from us before, where in times of stress or in times of problematic issues that they've got within the team, and not necessarily problems they've got, because obviously making it to this point in playoffs is still very good, but getting to this point within the series, this is still basically Team Artemis. And that's what this team has boiled down to again and again and again. And that's what their identity ends up being. And that showed again today, where it's like Artemis is the only one that can get this team past the higher level teams, get them into some of these positions to try to get into finals. And I think you need some more firepower, which is why Ego's entrance to this, I think, is firepower that they will have for summer, and I'm excited to see that. But this Cerberus team, when you're one-dimensional in that regard, and you don't have players like Yato or Zhuhao able to step up, when Pun isn't able to make all of these massive plays, like what we saw from Hosmed or from Taki or from Froggy or from BJ or even Orion, most of that was your problem. So Cerberus in summer, I'm more excited to look for because they've got Pos and they've got all these new players to come in and step up. But
Definitely.
This Cerberus team, I don't think ever really had a shot against how good Saigon's been playing.
Yeah, and in the end, looking back at the whole series, it's an interesting way to close out the series for Saigon Buffalo, as we want to talk about them more. Of course, they are going to be the underdog in the finals, the 2nd seed coming in, most likely playing against GAM, and that's a tall order. But let's first look at their performance today. They won all the games where the solo laners were on high agency champions with a lot of damage, and they lost the game that had Froggy Azir. He was very bad on the champion. And what did Hasmut play in the 2nd game? Quickly remind me.
I think he had Aatrox.
Yeah, right.
Aatrox.
He was actually very good in that game.
He's amazing.
Yeah, but the solo lane is looking a little bit different than maybe expected. Clockwork, tell me about all the players on Saigon Buffalo. Let's start with the bot lane, actually. There was a lot of early bot lane action, and in some games, they looked very good, especially in the later games. Early on, I think they struggled a little bit in laning phase, so what do we expect from Oriety and Taki, the new bot lane duo, taking the whole league by storm? Do they stand a chance against GAM?
Okay, so at the beginning, I expected that the bot lane for Cerberus was going to be the strong point against the weak point of Buffalo. But Oriety pulling out the Tristana, which I would think he wasn't going to perform on, he really, really surprised me. He went for kill lanes multiple times, especially in game 4, right at the start, and everyone from Buffalo invested a lot of teleports in the bot lane to set it ahead. And I think this is a strategy that we haven't seen much during the split. It can work against GAM, considering that their bot lane isn't their strong point. I think Buffalo are going to prepare that and many more strategies.
Well, Rebel, you get to talk about your favorite player, Froggy. Did he do like you expected him to do today? A little bit of a different look from him. Very, I won't say egotistical, but very focused on himself and his laning phase. More looking for his own place than supporting his team, with usually the likes of Seraphine, TF, and Galio being his most comfortable champions. Today he played for lane, he played for individual advantages in most of the games. Did you expect this, and do you like this, Froggy?
The first series I think I ever got to do in the VCS English was a series with Froggy in it, and Froggy, if I recall, had 46 CS at 10 minutes into the game. And you guys had described to me how his CS was being removed by Levi because Levi had like 9 CS per minute or something crazy, as Levi typically does. And getting to see him come from like playing nonsense picks and things that are just like not favorable for him in the slightest, not getting to flex a champion pool and not being able to farm, just coming into this split, being able to watch him blind Yone have a farm advantage at like 15 minutes into the game, playing against somebody like Yato has been incredible. And it wasn't standard from him, like you said, the Galio, the TF, the Seraphine's what he's known for. I still think them breaking him out of mid lane and attacking the map with him has been the style that Saigon can go back to time and time and time again. And it's what I expect them to continue coming into this finals matchup against whoever they've got. Froggy may not be the typical support that you think of when he's off these champions, but don't make any mistake, he's still playing for team fights. He's still playing to make sure that his team is winning 100% of the time.
Yeah, and I think his look was very impressive because I feel like he can still go back to the Seraphine of the likes to play very supportive style and try to go back to just be the Bean J supporter. So I like to see more styles from Froggy. We want to, of course, also quickly touch on top lane. So Hasmed, I'm not sure, is he your MVP? Let's move into the top lane and MVP discussion for today. I think early on in this series, it would have been Hasmed for sure. I think he played a super good series, also the best performer in the one game they lost. Is it still Hasmed for you, Clockwork, or did you move over to the other side of the map in the end?
I think Hasmed still had an insane performance. We talked about like whole split, how he was going to be getting closer to Kiaya's level, and I think this series sort of proves that he is there. And I want to see, of course, Pan wasn't the best opponent to deem that 100%, but in the finals against likely Kiaya, this is his matchup I really want to see. It's been like the whole split that we've been talking about this, and wow.
And for you, Rebel, I know you had another player you looked at many, many times in the post games and also just in the chat here. Do you lean Hasmed or do you lean the other side?
I think from what I saw this entire series, Hasmed played phenomenally, don't get me wrong, but the number of team fights that got won by Taki were insane. And the fact that this guy's a rookie stepping into a pretty difficult position, especially with a bunch of other rookies, including in his own lane, the performance that Taki's had has been immaculate. I've been waiting for somebody in the VCS to kind of poke their head out as being the absolute number one, because even in the previous years where like, Slater was on the side of Gam and all these other players were like up and down. Even Ron OP at one point was like really bad, and they swapped him for Huber, and we can't ever figure it out. Seems like Taki's starting to come ahead as the number one support, and I think this is the series you'd look at to finally say he might just be the best in the VCS right now.
Couldn't agree more. So I don't think we're going to get to a conclusion here on the desk, as our producer really wants to eat his food, so we're not going to discuss this any longer. No cold open for his food. Nice joke. Well done, Clockwork. But I want to thank you all for joining, firstly, for joining me today. Rebel and Clockwork, was a pleasure doing this desk with you. You're probably going to be back next week if you have time. If not, enjoy the games. And of course, thank you once again very much.
Of course, I'm going
today.
to be back. We can take third place.
Wow, the faith for tomorrow. But of course, we have another series tomorrow. We have Team Secret against GAM, the second semifinal. One of those two teams is going to face Cerberus in the third place match. Maybe Clockwork has given you an indication of who we all expect to be there. But there's always a potential. Games have to be played, and GAM has lost before from a dominant position last spring. They were supposed to win, and they didn't. So everything can happen. We will be back at the same time tomorrow. Team Secret against GAM for the spot in the finals. Thanks for joining us. Or thank you, Spoots, of course, for all the amazing graphics. Thank you for putting up with my ideas for my music. I know you didn't like them, but I really like them. And thank you to the casters. See you tomorrow.